And then you still have, of course, workshops and working groups and tutorials and others in smaller groups. But still, the elite universities in the US and UK, of course, you pay a lot and you are maybe closer to the academic, or earlier closer to the academic stuff than in Germany. I think when it comes to international exchange and especially also funding, then I already mentioned we have this implementing agencies, and the most important point of contact is then, I think, the German Academic Exchange Service for students and maybe PhD candidates, young academics, scholars. But the German acronym is Deutscher Akademischer Austauschdienst. It's DAAD. So quite often, because it's a long word, I think, like with GIZ for the development assistance, people just say DAAD, acronym. And it's actually the world's biggest funding organization for international exchanges among students and academic staff. And yesterday, I think we discussed over dinner, you always say, oh, Germany is not promoting it enough, and also the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. And I said, yes, but that's not the point. I mean, we just prefer to do things and do it right, that's German. And over the years, it's such a network. Even here, I will come later to the figures in Nigeria, worldwide. It's an asset in itself, and in the scientific world, it works. It's known. The general public, I don't know. I mean, always say, yes, we are great, we are good. That's not the point. For us, the point is to have, because university science, it's always international, has always been, needs this international exchange, and it's good that we could create and benefit from it and also make a positive impact in other countries. That's the point. I mean, and then, as I have realized this morning too, that some of your former scholars and alumni, for 40 years, I mean, you have to contact his German is still very good. I mean, these are also having this exchange. That's the value we want. And if it's not so known to the general public in Nigeria, yeah, that's not the main point. But even a workshop like today, I think at least it helps to make the programs available to the people who are really interested in it. And to give you again a figure, in 2013 the DAAD provided funds for more than 50,000 foreign undergraduates, PhD students and teaching staff. I skip it a bit, what I wanted to say. There will be Dr. Maché who will speak about the details on the DAAD and what they have to offer. We will also then have Professor Adeboye to speak, especially for senior academics and researchers, about the really prestigious Alexander von Humboldt Stiftung Foundation, which is really it has become an elite club in a way, but the network worldwide, and to be a member, I think it's wonderful, and you, I think, have a lot of exchanges, and it remains. And the Humboldt Foundation, since I've been here in September, I already handed over 3 times also equipment for research, and very interesting researchers. I remember one was how doctors communicate with clients, because they found out quite often people still go to a traditional healer and don't take the medication, even sometimes endangering their own lives when it's a serious illness and they need medication, just because the doctor spoke to them in such an arrogant way that the normal people did not accept what he said and didn't trust him, more the traditional healers. And for example, that's one of the projects that we create the whole for interviews and everything, the whole and all the material. This is also doing the Humboldt Foundation. Once you have a research project, or you go back with your counterpart, German university, come back and stay in contact and continue the projects. The same is with the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, the DFG, the German Research Council for projects. I think that's also, if you have projects, research projects, they are also interested. As I said, like arts, science is international. It's never national. Then, being here as Consul General, one of the tasks we do is, of course, the consular work for all Nigeria, and there's always this visa requirements. Let's say it's always a challenge that everyone gets a visa, but I do not have to deal so often with visas, I must say. I think every serious Nigerian who can afford to travel gets the visa. And people complain. I mean, it's more because, let me also say, the denial rate is one of the highest in the world, not for academics or with a scholarship in general, but also the fraud. People submitting fraud papers is one of the highest in the world. It's really, again, the cliche of Nigeria, where we have to work on. Me too, and every one of you who is abroad. I always say, more still for business. It's the major challenge to improve the image, because it's not true. But there are some, and they try it. But for the normal student, not for the researchers. I mean, whoever gets a scholarship from Daad and Alexander from Humboldt will be considered in a primary way, and even we have now so many, because I think it was in the press a lot that it doesn't cost anything to study. This summer we have already many applications, but then I can assure you, whoever is a scholar from German taxpayers' money also will get the appointment in time. Otherwise, for normal students, very important is the seriousness. When they are interviewed, they will be asked, and they should really know what they want to study, where they want to study, why, and also know a bit of Germany. I'm in a fitness club, and then, for example, my trainer told me, I want to study in Germany. And I asked him, so what is the capital of Germany? He didn't know. He loves Bayern München, said München, but I said, no, München, it's not the capital. It's the best football club. But so if you are really interested, then really start and check out what kind of, we have even special 2 universities in Leipzig and Cologne, only specialized on sports. I mean, a part of the sport faculties and other universities. So have a look, and this will be the other. You find on the website the criteria. You have to bring your birth certificate and school living certification, and all this. And the most important thing will be where we deny most of the visas is the seriousness, and they really do not know what they want to study and why and where. And you would say, as most of the researchers or academic stuff, it's possible, but it happens. I mean, more than 50%. But let me give in the end 2 more figures. DAAD scholars. I don't know, Mr. Rashid, whether you have another figure. We found that we have about 2,000 here in Nigeria. And with regards, as I said, that's for the relations. That's a great asset. I mean, we don't have to talk it, but just when they have still the contacts and keep working on it, that's for us, that is a sign of good and well-established relations, and not only on the political level, but really on a level that matters. And with the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, I found two figures. One is 171, and the other is 230. I don't know. 230. 230 is correct. 230 is correct. Okay, so you see nearly 10% less, but Alexander von Humboldt is more elite. Let me say one thing. I mean, I think you in West Africa, you say, if you do not cultivate the garden, you cannot harvest. And I think with education, it's that the state must invest in education and having good schools, good universities, and also at a university. It's you make the fame of your university, and if the German, not the government, taxpayer, the German people of Germany, if we can give you some seeds to harvest a good product in the end, that the seeds are institutions like DAAD or Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, BFG. I think that is what matters, what counts, and I'm glad they exist and they have already made an impact here in Nigeria and will continue to do so, maybe more. And this event, this workshop is timely, especially in these days when Nigeria is, in a way, I always say, still in treatment. I mean, it's not released, especially economically, from hospital, but it has a great future, and it starts with education and with institutions like yours. So I hope today we can bring some seeds also to the University of Benin to let it grow and let you harvest in the future. Thank you very much.
His Excellency Ingo Habet for that keynote address. May I now invite for the study in Germany overview, Balogun.
Thank you, Mr. Falodo, for organizing this. This wonderful workshop where we get to talk about studying in Germany, about what experiences we have and opportunities we can are possible to go study in Germany. I was a bit worried when I got here because I couldn't see any students here. But then I looked up there, so I'm glad you're here because I'm going to try. So my topic is studying in Germany overview. And, oh yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Safurat Balogun. I'm the head of information and library at the Goethe Institute in Lagos. Some of you know the Goethe Institute, I guess some of you do not. The Goethe Institute is the German Cultural Center. So it's a global institution that is all over the world. And we also have a center here in Nigeria, which is in Lagos. So we promote the German culture, and as well, we teach the German language in our institute. So my position there is, apart from organizing literary events all around Lagos and all around Nigeria, I also guide the students in the process of studying in Germany. So most of the students, when they eventually want to go to Germany, they at some point they have contact, or they're in contact with the with the Goethe Institute. So I'm going to I want to make this very practical. I want you to understand what steps you have to take to go study in Germany. Maybe it's interesting for you, maybe you want to go for a master's degree, even if it's a PhD. Just some steps that you need to go through in order to go to Germany. And maybe it's interesting for your children. Maybe you just want to take it along for them. And also for our students up there. It might just be very interesting for you to know what steps to take. Even if you're just going to go for a study abroad program or to go and do your master's there. I've themed my topic, how do you prepare to study in Germany? And steps you have to take for you in order to do that. As the General Counsel mentioned already, I wrote down some benefits of studying in Germany. As I said, there are no tuition fees. So no fees, apart from some administration fees you have to pay. We have to put that in there as well. But it is not as much, and there are always opportunities of even going around that one. And we talked about this yesterday while driving to Benin. There's nothing like ranking in Germany, unlike in the US or in the UK, which means you don't have that, oh, if you didn't go to Oxford, then you cannot make it. If you didn't go to Cambridge, then you cannot make it. If you didn't go to Harvard, there's no chance for you. You have this, in Germany, all schools, they're all federal schools, the tuition-free ones. So you don't have the problem of, oh, you didn't go to the right school, so you will not be able to get a job. And the living costs in Germany are quite moderate. I mean, you have some cities where it's a bit more, but the average living cost in Germany is quite moderate. And you also get the opportunity of exploring a new country with a new language as well. So you have that aspect too. And we should also not forget the financial part as well. Although it is tuition fee, there's a certain fee you will have to pay into an account. But this money is yours. It is money that you have to spend that you not have to spend. But this is money you spend while being in the country. Okay, the first step, number one, what do you have to do if you want to go study in Germany? Do your research. I think that's the most important thing out of all. Because I have a lot of people come into my office every day, oh Safurat, I want to go study in Germany. And I ask them, do you know what you want to study? No. Do you know where you want to go to? No. Do you even know where Germany is? Oh, I think so. Okay, you have to go back to your computer and sit down and check through the websites. One of the most important websites is the daad.de website. DAD is the way to go. When you go on the website, you get information about all the universities in Germany, the private ones and the federal universities. And you get information, there's a database on the DAD website that shows you all their scholarships, on which Dr. Maché is going to emphasize on more later. So you have this website, this really good website, where you can basically type in what you want to study, when you want to study it, when you want to study the course. You can even be more specific. You can put in the language you want to study it in. You can put in when you want to start studying. So when you put in all this information, you get your answers regarding to that. If you say, let's say, you want to go to Berlin, you know where Berlin is, and you want to do something engineering. For the beginning, I would say you shouldn't be too specific. So you type in engineering and not necessarily civil engineering. So you type that in, and then it shows you all the universities that offer the course, all the universities in Berlin that offer engineering. So from then on, you can now be a bit more specific. You can look at the schools, you can look at their details, you can look at the requirements of the school, and see if it is something that you want to go further with. Or maybe you go back and change the details you put in to see what results you're going to get then. So I think that's the first step you have to take. Also, sometimes it helps to type in Google or studying in Germany to just see about the experiences of the other people. And there's also a website called study-in-germany.de where you have all the FAQs, all the frequently asked questions of people about studying in Germany. Sometimes it's good to ask of the experiences of other people. When you know someone that's been to Germany, that's studied in Germany, it always helps to just ask some questions. I think that is the most important step, your research. And then number 2, you need to start thinking about how you're going to go about it. Obviously, if you've been on this website and you've seen that the school you want to go to or the schools you've checked for, let's say you want to go for a bachelor's degree. I think that's the probably the most complicated one, but the easiest way to explain it from the beginning. So you want to go for a bachelor's degree in Germany. You've checked on the Daad website, you've checked all the other websites, and you've seen a couple of schools that you'd like to apply to. So you go on the see the course line of what you want to do, and it says, oh, you have to do B1. You need a B1 degree for you to apply to the school. And you ask yourself, okay, what is the B1? That is when the Goethe Institute comes in. So most likely, as I said, you will have to come to the Goethe Institute at some point. That is where we offer the language courses. So the language courses start from A1 and go all the way till C2. So C2 is the highest you can get. The A1 is what you start with. The A1 is the beginner's level. So you come in with, you're in the classroom with 15 other people, and none of you, in most cases, you do not have any prior German knowledge. So you come into the class, and so you start it there. Then you go from A1 to A2, B1. In most cases, it's B1 or B2 that is required for you to go, for you to actually apply to study in Germany. So when you start with your B1, when you start with your A1, at least you start knowing some German words, and you keep it going like that. I hope you can still hear me. Okay. So I would say by the time you are doing A2, by the A1 course, all the courses are 3 months. By the time you are doing A2, I would say you should start preparing. I would recommend you start preparing and putting your documents together on you to go apply to university. So you start checking, what do I need, what is required of me, what does the university say? Because they're not only applying to one school, but to different schools. Sometimes the requirements might be different. And there's also something that you need to keep in mind. If you do your WAEC here in Nigeria, you do not have the equivalent of the WAEC in Germany. So there's this thing called student colleague in Germany, which is basically like a foundation year. So you have to look into that as well. Do I have the requirements? Don't I have the requirements? Do I have to apply for student colleague? Don't I have to apply for student colleague? So you look into that and you start putting your documents together while you are in A2. Because this is the process that goes about. When you start A1, A2, B1, we're talking of 9 months, 1 year, if not 1.5 years. Because in some cases you do not pass the exam, and then you have to retake some. So it's a long process. So while you are doing A2, you start putting your documents together. At some point, you come to visit me in my office as well. If you're at the Goethe Institute, then we talk about your plans. By then, I expect you to know the cities you want to apply to. I expect you to know the universities, because when they start asking you questions, you want to know where you are going to. You want to know what the course is about. Yes, and also you need to have the drive and the passion for the course. As the Consul General mentioned already, it's about the seriousness. Let them be able to see your seriousness in applying for the course. It's not enough to just say, oh, I want to go to Germany because it's abroad. I want to go to Germany because it's outside, it's not Nigeria. I do not want to be in Nigeria. It's not enough. But you have to have the drive and the passion for you to go there. So you're putting your documents together while you're doing your A2. Then at the same time, you're interacting with other people. Maybe you meet other students that are already doing their B1 or their B2 in the institute, or you meet some other younger students. So you guys can exchange information. You exchange the information you have with the ones the other people have. And also, by that time, I expect you to have visited we have this thing we do at the institute every 3 months. It's called Study in Germany Info Session. So basically, we have the DAD, the German consul, they come there, and I myself, I'm there as well. So we talk about all these things. We talk about it in details. You can ask questions if you don't understand what is going on. If you have very specific questions, okay, there's this document the university says you need, but you don't know how to get it. So you can always ask us. I mean, I'm always in the institute anyway, but it's always good to have people from the embassy, the people that are dealing with the visa. So those people that you're going to apply to at the embassy, that when they are there, you can ask them very specific questions. okay, what has changed in the requirements, what do we need, what is important, and so on. So by the time you're about to write your B1 exam, you should have been to the embassy once probably, maybe to go verify your documents, to open your blocked account. Also, I expect you by that time to have your motivation letter ready that you need at the embassy when you drop your documents for the visa. So you need to write a motivation letter that states why you want to study in Germany. So this is what you have to imagine. They get how many students every day? Let's say at least 20, 30 students that want to go to Germany. So what can I write? What can you write in that letter that will make you stand out? That will make you not be the regular other person that also wants to go study in Germany. So it's not enough to say, oh, I like Berlin, I like Bayern München. It's not enough to say that. But let them see why you want to do it. Let them understand that, okay, you want to do something engineering. Yes, Germany, German machine. So this is why I want to do it. This is the importance I see in it. That is why I want to go study there. So by that time too, you need to start searching for accommodation. In most cases, the university has like a hostel for students. So you can always send them an email, or in some cases, some students come to me, oh Safaraz, can you help us out in finding an accommodation in Germany? If I know someone, then I can always refer you to the person. But in most cases, the students have, the university has a place for the students. If you apply early enough, then you have a chance of getting a place. Or what they also do is, they can refer you to some other private hostels where you can get your accommodation. So by this time, before you write your B1 exam, which is like the exam, it's called Certificate Deutsch, Certificate German, which proves that you speak German, and at least to some certain extent that you can go and study in Germany. So by this time, you have your documents gathered together, then you go in, write your B1. Hopefully, you pass your exam. You pass all 4 exams, which is speaking, hearing, writing, and listening. So you pass all 4 exams, and then you can put that together with your document and go to the embassy. If you have all this I've written down, all this I've told you, then you're good to go. So if you have any more questions regarding studying in Germany, maybe if you want to know more about the scholarships, Dr. Mashi is going to talk about that more later, about the scholarships in Germany, of the DAD specifically. We have Professor Adeboye is going to talk about the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, which is a bit more specific for like PhD holders. So if you're interested in that, they'll be helping you out with that. And I always say that it's very important for you to get the right information. So if you want to know something about the visa, go and visit the website. The website of the German embassy is online. They won't put any wrong information in there. So go visit the website and read it for yourself. If you want to know about the German courses, go to the Goethe Institute website and read it for yourself. So you can have all your information. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Safarat Balomo. Thank you. Professor Obi Osadolo, you come closer so we can move to the next level.
Thank you, the university's PRO. Dankeschön, Frau Safarat Balomo. We are going to hear from a Nigerian who has distinguished himself as an international scholar. And he's going to talk to us about Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship. This Nigerian scholar is Adeboye. Ojunayo Clement. He is a professor of agronomy and plant physiology and a holder of Bachelor of Agric in Plant Science from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. He had his MSc and PhD in agronomy and plant physiology from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He taught for about 15 years in the Department of Crop Production and Protection, Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, where he rose to the post of Reader, Associate Professor in 2006. He rose to the post of Full Professor in September 2009. Professor Adeboye willingly transferred his services to the Osun State University, Osogbo, in January 2010. He is presently the Regional Projects Coordinator for West Africa for the Canadian Government at the ROC GAC Project 107983, being implemented in the Republic and Nigeria. He was appointed by the German government, Humboldt Foundation, as the Ambassador Scientist for the German Humboldt Foundation in Nigeria for 2014 to 2019. He is also presently serving as Provost and Dean, College of Agriculture, Osun State University, Osogbo. He is an alumnus of the German Academic Exchange Service, DAT. He is also a holder of the Certificate in Tissue Culture Techniques, United Nations University in Tokyo. Certificate from IITA and Certificate in Food and Plant Analysis, United Nations in India. Adeboye has contributed immensely to university governance as head of department, director of research, director of quality assurance, as provost, and as dean. He was Secretary General of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, OAU, 2001-2004. He served as PhD External Examiner for the University of Benin in South Africa, 2007-2013, and Project Assessor for the Danish government, 2006-2009, and External Examiner to many universities in Nigeria. He is a fellow of the College of Research Associates, CRA, of United Nations University in Tokyo, Japan. He has postdoctoral research experience at United Nations University in India from 2005 to 2006. He also worked as an Alexander von Humboldt Foundation Research Fellow at the University of Bonn in Germany, 2006 and 2008. And in 2014 also, he has worked as visiting professor at the University of Hohenheim in Stuttgart, Germany, and Forschungszentrum in Jülich, Germany, 2012. He also had a short visiting appointment at the Cape Breton University in Sydney and the University of Manitoba in Canada. He is also a holder of certificate in tissue culture techniques, United Nations University in 2000. Professor Adeboye has won 12 competitive international research grants and attended about 70 international conferences in about 30 countries. Adeboye was named the winner of 2009 German Humboldt Alumni Scientist Award by the German Government Humboldt Foundation. He is the first Nigerian to win this highly prestigious award. As of today, the totality of Professor Adeboye's research grants and international funding portfolio stands at about $12 million US. And as an international scholar, he has attracted to the university where he has worked and to this country a total of 3.8 billion naira as grants. These grants have come from United Nations, from Germany, from Italy, from Canada, and from India. Professor Adeboye also secured German government DAD funding for 2 German MSc students. To do their research at the University of Hanover and the University of Vienna, who concluded their research under his supervision in 2011 and 13, respectively, in Nigeria. Professor Adeboye and Professor Noka of the University of Bonn formed the African German Network of Excellence in Science, AGNES, which has now been taken over by the German government, Humboldt Foundation, as a tool for international cooperation. He is a member of many professional associations, including the African German Network of Excellence in Science, Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa General Assembly, International Society for Horticultural Science, German Society for Horticultural Science, Horticultural Society of Nigeria, Japanese Society for Horticultural Science, College of Research Associates, United Nations University, and Association of Food Scientists in India. Your Excellency, Chairman Sir, Principal Officers of the University. There's so much to talk about Professor Adeboye, but because he's going to give the next talk, we want to quickly say that Professor Adeboye is a world authority on African indigenous vegetables research, and his work has culminated in a total of about 45 publications, all inclusive, in some high-profile scientific journals in the world. Your Excellency, Mr. Chairman, Professor Adeboye is happily married with children. I invite him to give the next talk.
Okay. No, don't worry. I don't need it. I don't need it. Just put it. The ambassador of the German government to Nigeria, our very good friend Ingo. Hello, Ingo. Hello, Ingo. Let's show the go. Yeah. No problem. My ambassador, is unfortunately just my daughter's pressure against yeah, okay, thank you. So each must in English expression. Soon Leute verstanden. Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Vice Chancellor, represented by my very good friend, Professor Falodon, my colleagues at the level of German Government Ministry of Education, DAD, Goethe Institute, thank you very much for calling and for coming. The officers of this university, my fellow Umbotians in this university, there are 230 Umbotians in Nigeria, and only 3 of them are from the University of Benin. I have Professor Etinosa Ibinosa. Biochemistry is in this university, is an Umbotian. Professor Augustine Ofomaja, chemist, is in this university. And our very senior colleague, Professor Edo Omozua, language and linguistics. When I'm in Benin, I feel I'm back at home. And you will ask me what I mean at the end of this talk. and I will tell you why I'm so emotionally attached to the university, to Benin, to Edo State in particular. There is something special that I have in common with Edo State. I'm from Osun State, but I will tell you. So after the lecture, someone should be bold enough to raise up his or her hand and ask me, what is that thing that is attaching you emotionally to Edo State? Mr. Vice Chancellor, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, I wish to announce here, if Mr. Prosper Ashibudike Okute is here, can I see his face? Mr. Prosper is not here. Well, I wish to announce to you that last week, the Board of Selection of Agnes, African German Network of Excellence, met in Cape Town, South Africa. I was there, and Mr. Okute was selected as one of the 3 winners of the Agnes Award. Animal and Environmental Biology. It's of the Department of Animal and Environmental Biology. He is to go to Cape Peninsula University, South Africa, to continue his ecotoxicological study on Clarias grappineus. So congratulations, University of Benin. Perhaps I should tell you that we received 188 applications, and we needed to select only 13. And of the 13, 3 were Nigerians. And your university, Ashibuke, is one of the 3. Kofi Annan yesterday said, knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family. Therefore, what we have brought to you today is information. Cling on to it. Thank you very much. The title of my presentation, where's the pointer? Is it the middle one? Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm going to be talking to you on what are those things that are available at the Humboldt Foundation. The opportunities available at the foundation. Yeah, the Humboldt Foundation is a German government foundation, established and named after the great cosmopolitan genius, Alexander von Humboldt. It operated independently for a while, but was taken over by the German government in 1953. It is an international network of academic cooperation and is following strictly the Humboldt example of excellence in research. What are the areas of work of the Humboldt Foundation? The Humboldt Foundation supports international academics as part of the foreign and academic policy of the German government. They want to strengthen cutting-edge research through internationalization. And they create impetus for research location Germany by promoting individuals. Therefore, Humboldtians stand on their own. They are on their own. And they advance development through academic cooperation. The principles of the Humboldt Foundation. The Humboldt Foundation operates on specific principles. And the principles are the following. 1, the sole selection criterion is excellence. If you are to win Humboldt Fellowship, Humboldt Scholarship, or Humboldt Grant, the only thing you've got to do is to distinguish yourself. The address of your university does not matter. The country where you come from does not matter. But sometimes your gender can matter. But it's not against men. But just to put men properly where they are, and sometimes favor women. Taking into account maternity leave, need to take care of women in Africa. So there are some considerations with respect to that at the level of the foundation. There is no quota for any country or for any university. So what we are saying is that an Humboldtian stands on his own. If you win Humboldt Fellowship, it means that you are capable of standing side by side someone from the United States. someone from Canada, someone from Germany itself. That is the meaning. You have a free opportunity to choose who you will work with. The foundation does not dictate anything to you. You choose on your own the person you want to work with in Germany, who is a professor in any of the German university, research institutes, which are so many spread around Germany. I will come to that later, and I will give you the statistics. Number 4, which is the last one, is that you must be able to develop your own independent research proposal. You don't have to take a proposal from your host in Germany. And I have to expatiate on that. At the last selection panel of the Humboldt Foundation, 18 or so applications came from Nigeria, only one succeeded. The reason was that the research proposals were not independent. The research proposals, when we went through, they were not independent. They were copied from some hosts. Some hosts gave some candidates their proposal and they just submitted. So it will not go through. So people have third eye, people know how to detect such. So your research proposal must be independent. And it's not stipulated by the Humboldt Foundation. Yes, I've talked about equal opportunities for female academics. There are some special opportunities. But it doesn't mean that the standard will be watered down for your sake. Not at all. The standard will not be watered down. It's the same standard, but giving women some opportunities on the basis of what we term based on age, career stage, and some other things. Research locations in Germany. The ambassador, diplomat, had told you those institutes by category that are in Germany. As we talk today, there are just a little over 100 universities in all research disciplines in Germany. There are 83 Max Planck institutes, 67 Fraunhofer institutes, 18 Helmholtz centers, and 89 Leibniz institutes. All of them carrying out research in all aspects of basic research, natural and biosciences, humanities and social sciences research, high-level technology, biomedical research, cutting-edge oriented research in all forms of fields of study. So, you have a choice to choose from any of this. Anybody that is a professor that is working in your field of study, who you think you can work with in Germany. What are the sponsorship opportunities offered by the foundation? And this is where I want you to pay specific attention, especially for people who are seeking postdoc opportunities. The first level of information I want to provide is that there are 27,000 Humboldtians distributed all over the world. Of these 27,000 Humboldtians, there are 230 Nigerians. And as I said earlier, 3 of such Nigerians are in this university. And I've mentioned their names. But in this university also, you have so many DAAD scholars. You have over 51 DAAD scholars in this university. People who have benefited either from short-term, 3 months, or long-term PhD studies or master studies in Germany. There are over 51 here at the University of Benin. Among us Humboldtians, there are 46 Nobel laureates who are Humboldtians. 46 Nobel laureates among the Humboldtians. Yes, now to what we sponsor at the foundation. Humboldt is a postdoctoral sponsoring agency. We have the first one, Humboldt Research Fellowship. Humboldt Research Fellowship is worldwide. It cuts across all disciplines. It is not only about science, it is from discipline A to discipline Z. That is, you can be a sophisticated scientist, studying the genome at the cellular level, up to the person who studies the traditional relations in Benin City. I think you know what I mean by that. So it's from discipline A to discipline Z. It is not about science alone. It is about knowledge and development. The second one is the George Foster Research Fellowship. This is the one that is more related to you people in Africa, or to we people in Africa. George Foster Research Fellowship offers us the opportunity to develop proposals that can bring about development in our society. And that is the research we go to Germany to pursue. And it is expected that when you return from Germany to Africa, you are able to apply that knowledge to solve some of the local problems in the society. That is the essence of the George Foster Research Fellowship. Therefore, it is specific to developing countries, excluding India, Japan and China, and Singapore, countries that have now moved above our level to another middle level. So, research project must be relevant to development. I will talk more about this later on. Humboldt Research Fellowship, what do we offer there? For postdoctoral researchers, that is, people who had doctorate not more than 4 years ago, what do we offer the foundation? We offer a fellowship of 6 to 24 months. You can be in Germany for a period of 6 to 24 months. That means half of a year to 2 years. The fellowship amount per person is €2,650 per month. But there are additional benefits. If you go with your wife and your children, the Humboldt Foundation treats you like a German, and you are paid your wife allowance and you are paid your children allowance, bringing this allowance to about 3,600 per month if you have up to 4 children. If you are going to be applying for experienced researchers program, it means that your PhD must not be more than 12 years old. Your PhD must not be more than 12 years old, and your age is not important. There is no age limit. For the first one, postdoc, and for the second one, experienced researchers, your age is immaterial. It is only the age of your PhD that matters. And for that, you are eligible to apply for 6 to 18 months stay in Germany. And you can divide this to 3 or more times installments of stay in Germany, but with the foreign professor. If you are applying as an experienced researcher, note it. At the Humboldt Foundation, we will pay you for your flight to Germany only during your first stay. During your subsequent stays, you will pay for your own flight. That's leg one. Leg two, this program of experienced researchers is for people who are teaching in the universities. Because their university can say, we cannot leave you for 6 months. We cannot allow you to go for 1 year. Therefore, it is allowed that you go in installments of maybe 3 or 4 months. The essence of that, the argument there is that for most part of developing countries, the annual leave is usually 56 working days. Am I correct? It's 56 working days for academics. And 56 working days is equal to 3 months. So you can utilize that 3 months. All these things are calculated from experience. So you can use your annual leave to take up Humboldt Foundation Fellowship if your department says we cannot reduce you during the normal session. So the opportunity is created. So you can stagger it to fall into your annual leave period. And how much is paid? You are paid on your own €3,150 per month. And if you go with your wife and 3 children or 4 children, this rises to about €4,200 per month. Yes, I will not talk about this. Yes, what are the requirements? I know that is what everybody is waiting for. What do I need to get into this club? For those that are postdoctoral researchers, PhD of not more than 4 years old, you need excellent academic publication. Excellent academic publication. This is important. I think I should mention it here. For you to be able to compete, you have to publish in journals that have ISI impact factor. If you publish in all these Woroko, the Koba journals and the one in Umuaya is not Global Journal of Nonsense. International Journal of Education, Science and Political Research. You've seen that type of title. International Journal of Applied Nonsense and Politics and other things. Just fanciful names here and there. Those will not help, please. Our experience at the foundation is that you see people submitting long list of 75 publications, but it's nothing. Nothing, please. So, my dear distinguished colleagues, this is the only naughty point at the level of our foundation. Please know it. For this particular postdoc research fellowship, you don't need more than 4 solid publications to apply. Only 4. Very solid 4. With good proposal, we get you this one. That long list, as CBUK, I was proud in South Africa last week when we were considering CBUK's application. He was not going to be granted the fellowship because it's working. I had to stand my ground. That look, someone who has published in Journal of Applied Ecology, impact factor 4.5 is. And my colleagues, they said, oh, Prof cannot mislead us. And they agreed. That is how you can defend people. So that list of 75 publications, please trim it down. And target high impact factor journals published by reputable publishing houses. That is what can get you that one. Number 2, quality of references. Thank God, you have your BBC here, who is a very established scholar, highly respected. You have the fellow Humboldtians here in this university. When you want to apply for Humboldt Foundation Fellowship, get one of them to be your referee, to serve as your referee. At the foundation, the quality of your reference and the name of the person making that note to the Humboldt Foundation matters. When an Humboldtian recommends somebody, it is not that it will give you 10 upon 10, no, but it gives you some level of integrity. People say an Humboldtian is recommending him, or a Fulbright scholar is recommending him, or a Rockefeller or a DAD fellow. Then this person must be, that your application will be tagged. It will be tagged. Not that they will say you should be given. Other criteria will be taken into consideration, but that reference matters. So get Professor Omosua, get Professor Ginoza, get the other professor who I mentioned to serve as your referee. At least one of them. At least one of them. It is important. Very important. So, number 3 or number 4 is the agreement by academic host. I will give you another trick here. At the foundation, people want to see chain of communication between you and your German host. Have you been discussing for quite some time? If it is just one email message, I accept you, and you print it and attach it, people will say, these ones have not been talking before. So people want to see the chain of communication. How both of you have discussed the proposal. How you have been collaborating with time. So when you want to connect with a German professor, make sure you have some chain of communication, exchanges, to argue against and for, and to give some pieces of advice, how to do this one and how to do this one. Put all those things together and submit with your application. Those things brighten the chance of your application. I'm sorry I'm leaking top secret to you, but I think I should because I'm a Nigerian. I should, I'm a Nigerian. Ambassador, I'm very sorry for leaking secret.
It's like presenting Humboldt like a German machine.
Yes, your research proposal must be independent. I have said that earlier. Don't take a proposal from someone. When people see those proposals, they know it is not written by you. People know all these things. So when you write it, we know. Astrubika's proposal was written by him, which was written by him. So please write your own proposal. Let people critique it and don't be afraid of being criticized. Write it and be criticized and get something out of it. Knowledge of English is important. You must develop your proposal or your application either in German or in English. But I want to see someone in Uniberg among you who will develop his proposal in German. So Oh, sorry. The second one is like that also. It's like that, the same thing. I don't have to say much on that. Application procedure, when should I apply? When should I apply? There is no deadline at the Humboldt Foundation. There is no deadline. You can apply on Sunday morning. You can apply on Saturday evening. On the day you give birth to your last born, you can apply. So it doesn't, there is no deadline. So, assessment by independent expert reviewers. Your application is subject to rigorous peer review, and it is the report of the assessors that are considered. So it's not that the Humboldt Foundation just takes your application and starts saying, we give it to this one, or we give it. They use peer review mechanism, just as we do for the assessment of leaders and professors. It's the same method. Decision by independent selection committee. For each fellowship, the Humboldt Foundation has a team of exceedingly brilliant German professors who sit at committee level like this and take decisions on application based on peer review reports. So for each particular fellowship, there are selection committees. I want to tell you that at the foundation, the processing time of your application is between 3 and 7 months. You can have a result after 3 months if you submit all your documents appropriately at the point of submission. But if Humboldt Foundation has to ask you for some communication, some information in between, then it can span a period of 7 months. So we say between 4 and 7 months, a decision is likely to be communicated to you. What are the benefits? The first benefit that I see, it is not listed here, but the ambassador is here. The first benefit that you see is that you are treated as an Humboldtian, as a king at the German embassy in Lagos and in Abuja. They treat you like a king. They say the embassy will be the one to be running around you with telephone calls. They will call you and say, can you come on so date? And you say, yes, I will come. Before you get to the embassy, when you get to the gate, where people scramble and struggle, and they say, what is your name? You say, I am Professor Falodo. Oh, they say, please, come in. They take you up, and before you know it, they serve you water and drink, which they don't do to ordinary people. Number two, they do. Ambassador number two, you do is that you give the visa to the winner, the wife, and the children at no cost. The visa is free. So, why will you not be thinking now? Why will you not be thinking now? To clinch this, what are the benefits you have? The Humboldt Foundation will not just transport you to Germany, they will also transport your wife and the children alongside, at no cost to you. You have a lump sum fellowship, which I have mentioned earlier. Then, the Humboldt Foundation also goes a bit further. They believe at the foundation that your university hosting you in Germany we incur some expenses to run your research. So the Humboldt Foundation also pays your institute in Germany to support you. So what is next? No bench fees, nothing. It's the Humboldt Foundation that caters for almost everything. Benefits provided. Another benefit is that while in Germany, it is not compulsory, but free of charge, and still pay some money to you, you are encouraged to learn German language. 2, they take you during the summer for a 2-week tour of the whole of Germany at no cost to you. It is something that you should target. You travel all the way from south to the east to the west and to southern Germany. A period of 15 days, just learning and seeing what Germany is all about, on the bill of taxpayers' money of Federal Republic of Germany. Return fellowships. For you, as a Nigerian, when you return to your own country as an Humboldt scholar, the Humboldt Foundation says, okay, we want to reintegrate you into your society. And you are paid 6,500 euros to stabilize in your country when you return. These are the benefits. Alumni sponsorship, so many of them. I'll get back to that later. I don't want to talk about this. Award programs. There are also award programs at the foundation. Award program, Humboldt Research Award and George Foster Research Award are awarded to internationally eminent academics from all over the world. Internationally eminent academics from all over the world, and the amount is 60,000 euros, and you stay in Germany for a period of 1 year. Only 2 Nigerians have won that award before. Professor Andrew Nock of Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, who is now the Commissioner for Education in Kaduna State. And then Professor Idemudia, who incidentally is a Benin person here. He's at the University of, it's in South Africa. Cape Town University, University of Cape Town in South Africa. You recently won this particular award. There is also, so those are the only 2 Nigerians so far. I want to see another Nigerian from University of Benin who will win this particular award. Frederick William Bessel Research Award, it's almost the same. Not for people who earned their PhD more than 18 years ago. So you must earn your PhD not more than 18 years ago, and the amount of that award is 45,000 euros. But all these ones, you have to be nominated by a German professor or a German university. You cannot apply directly for this ones. Sylvia Kovalevskaja Award. It is an award of 1.65 million euro that is awarded to beginners, top-level junior academics with PhD. 1.65 million euro for 5 years. You establish your own research group in Germany. You have to apply on your own. This one, you have to apply on your own. So, and then you carry the institution where you want to work with along to sign the document. They must agree with your proposal before they will sign. It's highly competitive and it's a lot of money. Max Planck Research Award is 750,000 euro, 5-year academic collaboration in Germany, but it's by nomination by German universities and research institutions. But you must have a PhD, and your PhD or your age, the age of your biological age as well as the age of your PhD don't matter here. You can. Alexander von Humboldt Professorship. This is the top of them all. This award is always given at a very top flight ceremony in Berlin, and is always presided over by the President of Germany himself. And it is an award of 3.5 million to 5 million euro for 5 years. And up to 10 awards are granted every year. Nomination is by German universities or joint applications. What we know is that people who win these awards eventually grow to become Nobel laureates. Most of them, immediately they have this thing. Some 2-3 years after, you just hear they become Nobel laureates. So, it's a top flight award. Someone from University of Benin can clinch this one. To be the first Nigerian to win this particular award. Amen. I'm looking to that. And the Lesemia Research Award is for people in humanities and social sciences research. It is to the tune of 250,000 euro for 5 years. And it's done by nomination. Why don't you start collaborating with German professors in the area of humanities and social sciences research? I will recommend to you University of Beirut. It's a very, very strong institute. Is it at GK House? What is the name of that place? Iwalewa House. At the Iwalewa House. African Studies Center. Thank you. There are great people there. Please collaborate with them. And then let's see how we can clinch one of these awards. George Foster Research Award, I had mentioned that earlier. Further sponsorship programs. Humboldt is on social media. On Facebook. It's on Humboldt Live, where we collaborate, where Humboldtians talk, and where they upload information. Immediately after this meeting, when I have a snapshot picture with the ambassador and the deputy vice chair and other people, I will go and post it there so that they will see that truly I participated in this thing here today. So, if you have any questions, I will give my card out. You can contact me or you contact the Humboldt Foundation directly. But I think it would be better to contact me so that if there is a need to, the need to discuss some things, we can discuss. And then we move forward from there. This is the contact of the Humboldt Foundation, info@ava.de. That's the website. That's the address in Germany. Thank you very much for listening. But before I end, where I'm emotionally attached to Benin, yes. My very beautiful wife is from Ifandion in Uromi land. Thank you very much.
Let us appreciate Professor Adeboye. He's doing our country proud. And you can see that winning a grant, fellowship, or scholarship is not by knowing of God at the top. It's not political. It's all about your effort and commitment to research. And once again, let us put our hands together to appreciate him. Please, the technical group, can they give us the light once again? This is a workshop. Let us have the full light. The technical group, very good. Thank you so much. Please, let me announce to everyone here present that we have the opportunity to ask questions later. And for this purpose, we will take 2 presentations, one from Daad and one also from our own Professor T.O.K. Aoji. And while doing that, the Vice Chancellor has approved that lunch is served to everyone here today. So just be patient and don't think of what to eat. Think of what to gain from this workshop. That is very important for all of us. Once again, please can I have your attention? Yes, sir. What Professor Adeboye has presented focus especially on Alexander von Humboldt Foundation. We are going to also hear from the German Academic Exchange Service Program, that is the DAAD, the Deutsche Akademische Austauschdienst. And the presenter of that program is very important because I had the opportunity to benefit 3 times from DAD. The first was visiting scholar to Hamburg University in Germany. The second was shortly after I defended my PhD thesis. I got a grant to just relax myself, earn some good money, and rework my thesis, then present to Senate for approval. The third was a survey I did for DAD in Nigeria some years ago, and it was good money. So I just pray that you all listen. 3 months, 2 months, 6 months, 1 year, 18, or 3 years, you can get information that will be of great benefit to you. The presenter of this program is Jakob Marsch. Jakob Marsch is not a German, but he was born on the 3rd of March 1978 in Vienna, and by nationality or citizenship is an Austrian. I just interacted with him a while ago. He talks about Vienna, and one of the beautiful things that we find in Vienna is the Kunsthistorisches Museum. There's the Art History Museum in Vienna, and it's very huge. It's a museum that everyone that's visiting Austria and Vienna would like to see. This young scholar, Jakob Marsch, from 2005 to 2007, was awarded scholarship for highly qualified doctoral students. And this was awarded by the Austrian Academy of Sciences with a value of 44,000 euros. In 2013, he came to Nigeria as a DAD lecturer and was also appointed lecturer 1 in the Department of Foreign Languages of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife in Osun State. Before he came to Nigeria, from 2007 to August 2013, he was a research and teaching assistant at the chair of Professor Dr. Stefan Müller of the Department of German Studies in University of Benin. He, from his Lebenslauf, that is his CV, he has shown great evidence of scholarship in review papers, in teaching, in academic service, as well as organized conferences. He has also been engaged in series of research visits as well as academic education throughout his career. His skills, they are quite interesting, particularly as it relates to language. French language is very advanced, English language is very advanced, Russian language is basic, Portuguese is basic, Spanish is basic, Dutch is basic, and Yoruba is also basic. Jacob has a number of publications to distinguish himself as a scholar, and we are happy to have him here today. Before I invite him, just whisper to me that he personally will be engaged in counseling, and he has a lot of publications from the Consulate General of the German Embassy in Lagos to distribute some of these vital publications to staff and to students. So please don't be in a hurry. He's here today, he's here tomorrow, and apparently till Thursday. So the opportunity for you is quite there. Please put your hands together as we welcome Jacob, Dr. Jacob Mann. Please let's appreciate him, Dr. Jacob.
We're going to be controlling the PDF.
I made an update.
Okay.
Either I can give you the new version or I can use my computer.
Okay.
It would be easier for me even to have a computer here because then I can see what I actually am talking about.
That's what I have here.
Okay. Maybe just a second for technical adjustments. Where is any VGA cable?
VGA.
Sorry, this is not VGA.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you can use the dongle for the presenter, which you can use so that you know the touching your screen. Okay, it's helpful.
Does it need any driver?
Okay. I don't understand what it's saying.
I will just.
You're using like okay. All right. Okay. 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 To go.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me start with appreciating the team of organizers who made it possible to have these events. Apart from that, I also want to appreciate you who come to share much of your time with us in order to get information about studying and research in Germany. I am one of two representatives of the German Academic Exchange Service, and I will give a small outline on the activities of the German Academic Exchange Service, mainly in Nigeria. As you can see in the program, my talk slot is split in about 30 minutes for today and 1 more hour for tomorrow. And as far as I know, we are going to have still this counseling session on Thursday, where people can come with individual questions and where you can also get specific info material. Actually, I think all of us from the German delegation are surprised with this overwhelming number of listeners here. We have not so much material that we can give everybody something of you, therefore we need to see that you get the material you need, and therefore it is better to do it in one-to-one sessions. Alright. So, some reason we are starting with a kind of quotation or statement of the current president of the German Academic Exchange Service. You can see that the current president is a woman, Professor Dr. Margaret Wintermantel. And so one basic activity of the German Academic Exchange Service, one major goal is to try to tackle challenges in a globalized world. And Frau Wintermantel stated as, we must strive to be cosmopolitan, guarding the cultural experience and to hold the door open for others. So part of what I'm doing is just to facilitate intercultural exchange, academic exchange on all kinds of levels, because all of us, we are living in a world which is getting increasingly globalized and something we can't escape from. There are a lot of challenges for everybody of us, and the German Academic Exchange Service has the aim to make these challenges easier to overcome and to avoid conflicts. Alright, here is a brief organization that you can see how the German Academic Exchange Service is structured. There are 3 important executives: the President, the Secretary General and the Vice President. The German Academic Exchange Service is a membership organization which comprises all of the German universities, about 238 as you can see, and also student bodies, and the German Academic Exchange Service is representing all of them, and maybe the ear internationally to them, and also the representative for these universities abroad. So just a brief idea of how the budget is structured. As Mr. Ingo Herbert already said, it is mainly tax money, either directly from the federal state of Germany or from the European Union, getting together. I myself, as a representative of a German organization, working from a German organization as well. I pay taxes in Germany as well, about 1 million a year. And actually I'm very proud of it because this makes it possible to organize events like that and many other things. You can see that the budget increased significantly from the 50s until now to the 2014s. As we will see in the talk later, this is not only for scholarships, but much also for policies, academic policies, for big projects and other ventures. So there are basically 3 fields in which these monies are spent. First of all, the German Academic Exchange Service is mainly known among most of us as a scholarship body who provides scholarship for the most excellent students of each year. But moreover, recently the DAD provides also structures for internationalization, and also throughout the years the German Academic Exchange Service was able to gather knowledge of so many countries regarding universities, research systems and so on, that meanwhile the German Academic Exchange Service also a partner which you can consult if you want to know something about academic systems all over the world. So once again, these 3 areas of activity. As I said, Scholarship for the Best is clear. They want to help particular young offspring researchers to deepen their knowledge in order to be able maybe to become leading persons in their own home country, and also be able to help to overcome challenges in these places. Particularly for Africa, I read the DAD strategies is explicitly in a way that they are saying they want to support young people who will be able to overcome social inequalities in particularly developing countries. As for structures of individualizations, this can be more abstract means, like for example double degree programs where 2 universities collaborate, also establishing generally more exchange programs, and also knowledge of how creating universities. There are a couple of German universities, overseas campuses abroad, which are part of this measure. And as I already said before, this expertise for academic collaboration, the DAD is a partner for academic and political leaders just to get knowledge of how policies of education function in different countries. All right. So let me briefly discuss something on the structures of internationalization. So this is mainly the thing I'm going to talk today, whereas the other 2 parts, they will be topic of tomorrow. So on the one hand side, the DAD aims at creating structures for higher education in Germany and also throughout the world, and provide support and advice for measures like that. So the DAD helps also institutions for higher education to implement their own strategies of internalizations, to integrate better higher education institutes of applied sciences, which are not universities, into international corporations, to also promote and use future forms of virtual learning and new forms of, to reach new target groups. Maybe you know that I think Stanford is already very successful to have a kind of online platform where you can just study from the internet. As far as I know, without paying any student fees, you can just download the courses and teach yourself the course material. These kind of strategies will become much more important in the near future, because you can already see maybe 15 years ago, most of you didn't even know what the internet is, and now I'm sure hardly anybody in this audience here has never used internet. So you can see how quick things are changing, and you can be sure that also in future internet will become more and more important in education. Moreover, as I said, the DAD runs, to some extent, provides knowledge of how building up universities, like overseas campuses. For example, the TU Berlin has one in Egypt, and Heidelberg Center in Santiago in Chile and South America are another example for these overseas campuses. Moreover, the DAD tries to promote transnational educations, so they want to strengthen the international reputation of higher education institutions, also to promote the academic principles and structures of German system and higher education, which are one of the most successful in the world, and also to contribute to competence building in developing and emerging countries, which can be by means of establishing and financing graduate schools and programs and the likes. The DAD generally wishes to contribute to make Germany one of the most prominent countries, host countries for students, and it is very successful in that still and already. Moreover, they want to help also to increase the academic success of international students in Germany, because very often they have to struggle as the level of education in Germany is very, very high, and German people often forget that people don't know many things before they enter the system in Germany, why also Germany thinks of establishing just a new phase of introduction, which everybody has to run through in order to get maybe the basic knowledge German people already get in secondary school. And moreover, the German Academic Exchange Service also aims at getting German students out of Germany also to get international exposure. Just to start with the first part, I will once again say something on studying in Germany. I will give you a couple of reasons why actually it's attractive in Germany. I'm sure that many people of you did not know that in terms of academic education, Germany maybe even, I'm a little bit cautious now, but I think maybe even the leading country in the world. First of all, it's a very popular destination already. It has very good services for international students. It has a very high density of universities, which is part of what was already said before. It is maybe part of the policy of the 70s of the Social Democrats of Willy Brandt, whose aim was to open university for everybody. And he said we don't want to have elite universities, which only can be accessed by the upper class, but we want to have a broad system of universities where there's not much difference between each single university. And therefore, today Germany has a lot of universities, and as already Safurat said, the difference between universities is not so big per se. There might be difference so that sometimes one particular institute is particularly strong at one institution, but it doesn't mean that the whole university is better than anybody else, any other one. Yes. So you have actually widespread excellence in research institutions all over Germany. Usually the degree of internationalization is already very high. So usually it's expected for most students to have one semester at least of exchange abroad. And very important, the cost of living is very cheap compared to other prestigious places. If you go to France, the expenses for rent are much higher than in Germany. If you go to UK, it's even more higher than in France. And in most European countries, all of these expenses are much higher than in Germany. And very important is that there are no or not only moderate fees of tuition. Why Germany is interesting as well is something maybe I have to point out more clearly. Maybe the most renowned universities, they are always in the Anglo-American world, particularly in the UK and United States. Whenever you visit a ranking like the Times Higher Education ranking, you will see among the first 50 universities, you only will find universities from the US and UK, and maybe only a handful of universities from other countries. But one has to know that all of these rankings, they only take into consideration research and not really education. If you take education into it, it will be very, very different. For example, so if you make a bachelor degree in Stanford, Harvard, or wherever, you have to be aware that most courses will be taught by doctoral students, so people who have not completed their PhD yet. And the American system is in a way that if you want to make a PhD, maybe you have to teach once or twice during your PhD, and then you leave university for free. If you're lucky, you get a position and you continue as an academic, but a majority of people making PhD university, they are not good enough to stay in the American system. And therefore, Germany has something different to offer. Because in Germany, from the first semester, you will be taught by professors, the very, very experienced people, from the first semester, throughout the time. You know, the reason why America is so successful in research is because a professor in the US has to teach 2 hours, 4 hours a week. And this time of teaching, he won't spend his first semester people. He won't annoy himself with people from bachelor. He will only sit around with his PhD students. So it means going to the US is good from PhD onwards. But the kind of experience, academic experience you get in the bachelor in Germany is much higher, because you have professors, you have people who have been teaching, doing research for a long, long time. As you can see, that Germany has much more implemented a system of Humboldt, where the unity of research and teaching is one, because you will have contact to professors, very, very renowned professors from the first semester. And it's something you have to bear in consideration. And moreover, in Germany you don't have to pay any tuition fee. It's for free, basically. If you want to study in Stanford, anybody knows how much you pay in Stanford in average for one semester? I think it's $50,000 upwards. In Germany, I would say for bachelor you will get the same quality of education, but you pay administration fees of maybe $200 a year, which also already includes a ticket for public transport, so that you can use all of the undergrounds in Berlin for 1 year, which is very, very cheap for $200. So this is a very, very strong point. A lot of people don't know about Germany. So if people really want to send students, the children, for example, to get good education, I think Germany is the much better choice than the US. US is much focused on research, and once you're not doing research, I don't think you will profit as much as in Germany. Alright, just a small idea. You can see that there are 380 institutions of higher education in a country which is half of the size of Nigeria, both regarding the area and regarding the population. You have universities, technical universities, universities of applied sciences, which are more of practical education. So whereas universities aim at training you as a researcher, universities of applied sciences, they're a little bit less demanding, but they will train you practically that you can go into a job and earn good money, but it is difficult to become a researcher then. Then you have also schools in arts and private universities on top of that. Generally, there are 2 ways of studying in Germany. On the one hand side, you can study German programs. On the other hand, let me just see. There are also many programs, increasing programs, which are offered in English, and anybody who is interested in such a program, I will just give around this kind of flyers, which will provide more information on that. So there are about 50, and I know you are about 400, so it won't be enough for everybody. But all of the information I'm telling you, you can also find it in the internet. On links I will show you on a later point. Alright, so once again, there are German, programs in German, there are programs in English. Of course, if you want to access the whole knowledge of what German universities offer, it is better to learn German, to start in German, because then you will really be able to access everything. However, if you want to be faster, you can also approach international programs, the ones I'm just passing the information about around. And Safur already said how the admission process works. In general, you have to know that if you want to start a bachelor degree in Germany, there are two ways. Either you have passed your first year in Nigeria in the same topic, or you make the so-called Studienkolleg in Germany, which is a kind of introductory course, which will give you basically the knowledge universities expect you to have, but they know which are not knowledge which is not taught abroad in Nigeria. So this kind of preparatory courses, Studienkollegs, they have also a big advantage. They are full-time, more or less, and they only cost between 100 and 500 euros per semester. I think what the German state pays for these courses is maybe 10 times, or even more. I think it would be at least 2,000–3,000 euros what this course is worth. But if you want to do it, you will only have to pay between 1 and 500 euros per semester for that. And it will give you a very big overview over all topics about history, about philosophy, about psychology, whatever you learn in German schools, which is relevant for universities. So, application process usually runs through a web portal called UniAssist, the one you can see here, www.uni-assist.de, where you have to pay about 60 euros for your first application, and any other application 18 or 15 euros more. Here you can just directly apply for the program, and as far as I know, by now most universities are part of it now. However, there are some universities which are not part of it, but you can easily find it out how to apply for these universities. Just to give you an idea how much you need for average expenses a month. Taken together, it is 839 euros, which is about 200,000 naira according to the figures I had in May after the devaluation already. Depending on the town you're living, these costs can vary. There are towns which are very expensive, like Munich or Freiburg, where rents will be even higher than what is mentioned here. If you go to a small Eastern German town, however, like Greifswald, I'm sure you will be able to get the rent for maybe 200 euros or something like that in this area. If you know somebody in Germany who can offer you a place to sleep already, then you can see that the majority of expenses they're already taken out of that. So taken together, what you pay as admission fees and average expenses a month, you are much better off than in most American or British universities, because in these countries also costs of living are usually much higher than that. So if you're looking really for a good opportunity where you get good quality for a low price, I think Germany is a very good place to go or to send your children to make a bachelor degree. And you may know that if you go to the US, the majority of people doing a PhD in graduate schools, which scholarships, they are not from the US but abroad, which means that the US is not really producing the best offspring, but the US has enough money to buy the best offspring from all over the world, and Germany is one big source of this good offspring. Okay, in the terms of visa application, I won't talk much now. I will just give you a small idea about how African universities or African students are active in Germany. So in the last decades, Germany became more and more attractive for African students. I just got the recent figures when I was reading the last material yesterday. So number of African students in Germany, you can say place 1 is Cameroon with about 5,600 students. Then place 2 is already Nigeria with about 595. The next place is Kenya and Ethiopia. So being here in Nigeria since 3 years, I know that Nigerians want to be the first always. So if they want to be the first, they have to find more students to come to Germany. Just to give you an impression, you know Cameroon and Nigeria, countries you can't compare one by one because population and wealth is very different. So if you take the figures for Cameroon, you can say that there's one student, so out of 3,700 inhabitants, you will find one student who is doing his education in Germany. And the GDP is about $1,300. So next among these countries listed among is Kenya. There's only one student among 80,739, and the GDP is still higher than in Cameroon. Okay, now coming to Ethiopia. One student per 239,677 inhabitants, and the GDP is comparatively low. You can say maybe people can't afford it, but be surprised. Now Nigeria. Nigeria has only one student out of 334,930, and the GDP of Nigeria is almost double of Cameroon. So I think there is much potential, and if you want to profit like your colleagues, your neighbors from Cameroon are already profiting from the German system, you know how to do it. Alright, just some other aspects of internationalization. Germany also offers more and more international degree programs with double degree in which you study in 2 countries, where you supervisor from one country and another country. The number of these programs is increasing. You can see German academic exchange service also involved in funding of higher education institutions all over the world. So finally, the German academic exchange service also aims to strengthen the cooperation in development. There are, for developing countries, there are particular programs abroad in Germany, but also in Africa, which aim at to develop a better infrastructure, also to discover policies to avoid corruption and the likes. There is the so-called dialogue initiative on higher education system, university management program, which tries to train deans and vice chancellors how to more efficiently manage the university, that they are more integrated into the international business. And finally, the German Academic Action Service also supports the expansion of research and competence centers in Africa. Finally, the German Academic Exchange Service, also like the Goethe Institute, is one of the institutions of the German government which tries to also promote German language, because German language is one of the most important languages in research. Particularly if you're interested in engineering, you know that maybe Germany is one of the leading countries in engineering. A lot of books of older ages, they are only written in German, so if you want to access that knowledge, it's better to know German. So as you can see, there are different kinds of ways of also implementing this goal. Finally, the German Academic Exchange Service also creates so-called German Houses of Science and Innovation. You can see there are some of these institutes in Moscow, New York, Tokyo, Sao Paulo, Delhi, Cairo. So you can see there's no normative centers in sub-Saharan Africa, but if there are any good proposals from researchers in Africa, sub-Sahara, I'm sure soon there will be listed another center, another German house for science and innovation. Alright, also Germany and the German Academic Exchange Service try to encourage collaborations between universities and industry, which are very important partners of the German Academic Exchange Service as well. Alright, so this is just the part I was planning to talk about today, so it was about 30 minutes. So the rest, the second two fields, the expertise on academic collaborations and also the part on scholarships will be addressed tomorrow at my next slot. I thank you for your attention, and I will hand over to the next speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Nice job.
Let's put our hands together to appreciate Dr. Jacob Marshall. What he has just presented to us is the opportunity available for all of us who are here, who still want to go to school, to study in Germany. He said something a while ago, that we'll be talking about the application process for DAAD tomorrow. Please don't miss it. That is the most important aspect of this workshop. Today, we will still ask questions, but tomorrow is going to talk about the process. You don't have to deny yourself by starving and saving money to travel to Germany or anywhere else. The funds, the opportunities are there. And once you know them, that means, of course, the sky will be your limit. Just before we invite our professor, I want to quickly introduce here some DAD, DFG, and AVH alumni members in the University of Benin. Please, you will bear with me. The list I have here is not exhaustive. It's not exhaustive, but others are here. But tomorrow we will also recognize them. The Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, Professor Abiodun Faloju, had his DFG award, that is the German Research Council Award at the University of Rostock in 2011 and 2012. Let me tell you something about DFG. It's one of the highest council award you can get in Germany because it's directly awarded by the German government. That's why it's called the German Research Council. I want to congratulate our DVC account for being able to get it and make our University of Benin proud. Thank you so much. Well, little wonder, it's also a Fulbright scholar. And it's a Fulbright scholar too. And you can see why he fits into the position of Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic. We have Emeritus Professor T.O.K. Ardu. He was at the University of Karlsruhe as UNESCO DAD scholar in 1976. The oldest in the university that led the way for all of us. Let's appreciate him and put your hands together. We have Professor Dr. C.O. Usifu. He was at Universität Münster in 1987 to 92 and 1995, and also at Universität Jena. 1998 and 2001. Let's appreciate him, Professor Dr. Sibu Sifu. We have our own, the Dean of the School of Postgraduate Studies of the University of Benin. One of the three of the Alexander. Yes, one of the three of the Alexander von Humboldt Fellows that we have in the University of Benin, Professor V.E. Obosuwa. Professor Adeboye let out a secret not too long, that if you are applying for any of this, go and use him as one of your referees, so that there will be some kind of integrity that is attached to your application. We have also Professor M.S.O. ICN, who was at, Professor ICN is here. Let's go and for him. He was at the Bernhard Institute for Tropical Medicine in Hamburg from 1989 to 1993. Professor, thank you so much. And we have a professor from this university who in 2000 was at the University of Kassel, Professor Mrs. C.N. of Morifu. We have our own director of CRPU, ICT, who was at the University of Beirut in Germany from 1996 to 2000. Professor Dr. Frederick Ostaro in Kassel. And we have Dr. Osari Uyi of Rose University in 2012 to 2014. He was a DAD doctoral scholar. That's him there. We have a professor who was at Macmillan University in Clinical Grossharden in Munich, München. Professor A.E. Adeyemi. Very good, that's him there. And my very humble self, Professor Dr. Phil. Salile Benson Osadebo. I was at the University of Hamburg in Germany. Tomorrow, it's important that you also come early, because all of us are going to share our experiences. There's a lot to gain from listening to the experiences of others that will also be of great help to you, particularly when you are processing your application for grants, fellowship, or scholarship in the US. The first that we will call is our Big Daddy, Emeritus Professor D.O.K. Arudi.
Your Excellency, Consul General of the Embassy of Germany in Nigeria, my VC will be represented by GVC Academic, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to speak to you on my experiences and dividends from my German stay from 2nd May 1976 to 15th July 1977 as a DAD stipendiat Before I talk about the experience, I need to let you know how fortuitously I became a stipendiat. I was a manager in Liver Brothers in 1970. And during one lunch break, my senior colleague, who used to offer me a lift home after work, whenever I was on the same shift duty with him, called me and told me that he would not be able to give me a lift again because he had enrolled at the Goethe Institute for a German course for beginners. I immediately told him that I had nothing to do at home, that I would join him and enroll. Meanwhile, he had been on the course for maybe about a month or two, and I went and enrolled as a late student. And after about, I think it was 8 weeks or so, or thereabouts, I finished at Division 2. Ich habe Note gut bekommen. So, when I joined UniBen in September of 1975, and early in 1976, there was this flyer announcing the Daad scholarship fellowship for postdoctoral applicants. And one of the requirements was proficiency in German language, or at least evidence that one will be able to carry on studies in Germany and learn the German language. And I was the only one in the Faculty of Engineering and Faculty of Science at the time who had such a certificate. Because as at that time there was no German language course in UniBen. So there was no way I could have got a German professor or lecturer to identify me or endorse me. But my certificate, from which I obtained in 1970, became useful. That was how I got the fellowship. So on the 2nd of May 1976, I boarded the Lufthansa German Airlines for Frankfurt am Main. After a beautiful flight, we arrived in Germany, and I was processed through immigration and customs, and I had my chest x-rays taken. And then I joined my other colleagues from different parts of the world, from Asia, from South America, from Eastern Europe, and proceeded to Heidelberg. I proceeded to Heidelberg, where we had the German language course. The German language course, I think, was for 4 months at the International Student Center, where we were also housed. And the provision was such that we were made to share accommodation, share rooms with colleagues who probably could not communicate with you in English, and you could not communicate with them in their own language, and therefore the only common language was to speak German. So there was no other way but to concentrate and try and study and understand the German language. Well, we were there, and I tell you, well, let me call it a rascality. I like socializing. So because I was socializing, in the evenings, I would want to go and relax. We were out near Heidelberg Castle. And we had to come down through something like Milking Hill. If you know Milking Hill, those of you who know Milking Hill in Enugu, you have to walk down and then we'll get to the nearest place on the Hofstrasse, on the high street. And I entered a drinking place. I wanted a beer for myself. I was able to order the first beer. When I wanted the second one, I said, one more please. The lady was looking at me. the bar lady was looking at me. And then a German off-duty Air Force officer was there. And he said to me, where are you from? We exchanged pleasantries, and I said, I'm a Nigerian. And then he said to me, just say, noch einmal, bitte. So I said, noch einmal, bitte. And I got another beer. At the end of the German course, I came out in Division 1. Very good. From there, we moved on to Frankfurt am Main, to Dekema Institute. It's an institute for equipment development, scientific equipment development. We were there. We did courses in unit operations, in reaction techniques, in corrosion and corrosion protection. So at the end of my stay in the Dekema Institute, we now moved to Karlsruhe, the University of Karlsruhe, Technische Hochschule Karlsruhe, where we were assigned to our various institutes. And I was assigned to the Institute for Food Engineering, Institute for Lebensmittelverfahrenstechnik, under the headship of Professor Dr. Engineer Marcel Lausanne, ably supported by Dr. Hesbeiser. And the research topic that I was assigned was investigation of drying and absorption characteristics of sugar-containing foodstuffs. And during that period, we also were sent to the Kempforschung Center, the German Nuclear Research Center, where we took courses in materials science and metallurgy, and to ensure that we did not get overdose of a nuclear radiation. We were made to wear a dosimeter each on our jackets, so that at the end of each laboratory session, you will be checked for the level of radiation in your body. If you were found to be irradiated, you were meant to have a special shower. You wash, and they give you a proper wash before you will leave that environment and join the surroundings. So while I was in the Institute for Food Engineering, I did some work on drying and absorption isotopes. The equipment I used was built by an Egyptian German who was working under Professor E.U. Schlunder. And while I was doing my PhD in England, I had made a reference to that particular equipment in my PhD work. And here was I, face to face with the person who designed that equipment. And I now had to modify it to use it to suit my drying needs. But that was my first challenge. After he had agreed to allow me to use the equipment, the equipment was dismantled. But because I was lucky to have, well, by God's grace, at that time, I think I was very sharp. I had a mental picture of the equipment, and I had made some, well, social contact with the lady who was in charge of photography. Because that equipment had a robotic camera, had to be specially manipulated by a photographer. And so, with her help, I was able to reassemble the equipment and use it. So at the end of it, I think the lady's name was Frau Karin Betold. And sorry, I'm pushing this thing far. Okay. At the end of it, I was able to publish two articles from that particular work, published in LVT, Lebenswissenschaft und Technologie. Yes, I published 2 articles there. But because before I left here, I knew that it was the publish or perish syndrome. So I had to collaborate with my Pakistani friend who was working in the institute, Englapute Institute, where he was working on polymers. And he was sponsored, he was supervised by Dr. Christo Stoyanov, who was working also in the Englapute Institute. And together, we worked on polymers, and we produced another 5 papers. So my stay in Germany actually assisted me in the progress I've made in this university. We published in what my colleague here will rate as first-class journals, Chromatographia. We published 5 articles, I think 4 in Chromatographia. Yes, then the other one in Fresenius Zeitschrift for Analytische Chemie, you know. So I was able, you know. And then another one in Bunsen Gesellschaft, you know, Berichte der Bunsen Gesellschaft, also published there. But by the time I got back to Nigeria, and I was now being considered for promotion, there was confusion in engineering. That how could I, somebody who was assigned to Institute of Food Engineering, how could you now go and publish articles also on polymer? I told them I knew what I was aiming at. I wanted to work hard. Even though I was socializing, I was still working hard. You know. So I was now asked to get evidence that I actually participated in that work. By this time, the Dr. Christo Stoyanov, who was the chief researcher, who was actually supervising the 2 of us, Dr. Shirazi and myself, had relocated from Germany to South Africa. relocated to Rand University. And I was able to reach him, and then he sent his certificate of active participation to me. And after that, I was promoted. I am happy to say that my stay in Germany made a great difference in my career progression. So between 1976 and 1984, I rose from lecturer 1 to professor. I became a professor in 1984. You know. And this was because of that initial development, that background that I gained in Germany, that they are the fellowship. And I'm proud to say that today the university has found me worthy to be emeritus, and it's all credit goes to the German cooperation. So I want to thank all of you, and I will first of all say it in German. Ich danke Ihnen für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. I thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor T.O.K. Audu. Please let's appreciate him once again. Now it's time for interaction. Any moment from now, there will be the serving of lunch. So please, I think the weather is coming along to enable us to wait for a while. It's now for you to ask your questions. The presenters will be seated, and I think the PS is working. Please just check. Let somebody check. All right. Just stop. Let's see. It's working. All right. Please, at any point in time, only one should be on. Please turn off that. And so they will also speak from here if you have questions to ask. Today, we've heard from His Excellency, the Consul General of the German Embassy, and we also heard from, that's Ingo Herbert. We also heard from Frau Safurat Balogun, Frau Mrs. And we also heard from Dr. Jakob Marshall. And now we have heard from, Professor Adeboye. And now we have heard from our own Professor Emeritus, T.O.K. Audu. So I'm sure you have taken your notes and noted areas of questions. This is just additional information. This note is from one of us who is seated quietly here. He said he's one of the oldest German trade scholars right here. He spent about 20 years in Germany from 1964 throughout the period of the Nigerian Civil War, years of reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reconciliation. He was in Germany. He trained as an undergraduate, first of all, at Christian Albert University in Kiel. I think I visited Kiel while I was in Germany. And he did his postgraduate studies as Justin Leipzig University, and he was a lecturer and consultant at the same university before returning to Nigeria. I'm sure that tomorrow, his name is Professor Abiodun. What the person? I see. Professor Abiodun of Daad. In 1964, I'm just trying to remember where I was. All right, you can see how interesting it is. You see, the Germans, there's something they love a lot. The Germans, they love something a lot, and that is interaction. The Germans want to interact, not only with themselves, but with the outside world. And so when they come in contact with you, they keep discussing with you, telling you about their own interests and asking you about your own interests, so that they can learn from you and you also learn from them. I'm sure Professor Abiodun, that experience from 1964 to today, University of Benin, we are proud of him. Thank you so much. All right, so we can ask your questions and comments. Yes, you can use the mic, we'll respond from here.
Thanks. My name is Larry Hussein. I'm the lecturer of the University of Benin. And I just wanted to add one or two things to what my colleagues have said, Dr. Bashir and Ms. Safurat, concerning studying in Germany. You cannot emphasize enough the issue of free education in Germany, because a lot of people are told simply don't believe it. So you cannot emphasize it. Education is free in Germany. You can go to Germany and study. I studied in Germany and did not pay any money. So you can study in Germany, it's free compared to the UK where the minimum for bachelor studies is £9,000. And for masters it's about 14,000 and more. So it is free in Germany. There are certain places, I think about 90% of the universities where they charge fees, but the entry fees are very much less. I think 500 euros per semester. So it's not €1,000 per semester. Apart from that, there's actually private universities which are high fees. So the education is free. Not only that, there are more than 800 masters courses where you can go and do there where they study in English. So you don't have to be afraid that when you get to Germany, I must speak German before I can study. That's not true. There are not as many bachelor's courses, but again more than 100 where you can study bachelor's program free. But for the students of this year, I think it's more important that after they study what they want to do, so they can study in German and students, I said, and they can study in English. And if you don't, you can, maybe you don't even need to have one word of German and you can still go to Germany. It is just advisable to speak some German before you go because of getting adapted to the environment where you are in. And so it makes a lot of sense to learn some German. And there are two that I know, I don't know how many, but I know two people here in the University of Benin that can teach you German. There is the Department of Foreign Language and English Development Skills. And they can teach you German. So I don't know whether that is the case now, but I would advise the university to start German language courses that are going to lead to certificates or diplomas so that people both within and outside the university can enroll for these language courses. It also helps to sensitize people to this issue of studies. And when already they are learning the language, and of course, don't pay a little money into the courses of the university. For the older people here who have children that we want to send to German university, I also want to add that apart from, the school certificate in Nigeria is not equivalent to the German school certificate as far as Germans are concerned. Sure. It is not. So you cannot have school certificate here and just want to enter a German university. You are going to need either to to have spent 1 or 2 years in the Nigerian university residential transcript, or even if you don't have that, you can do A-levels. A-levels is directly equivalent to the German and the school certificate. So if you have A-levels, you can be admitted directly into a German university, where you then spend 3 years and you get a bachelor's degree. So these are some of the things I thought I would like to add to this. They are one of the things that probably make it talk to the council about, but that will come later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me just quickly add to that. Right from kindergarten to PhD, education is free in Germany. I benefited from the free education for my PhD from 1995 to 2001. And the only thing you pay for is that every semester you pay for your semester ticket. That is to enable you to go by train or by bus in the land Christ, the area that is covered by the state where you live. And in addition to the semester ticket, you pay the student senior dues. That's all. Every other thing is free. The way you want to live and spend money now depends on you. Thank you. All right, someone from here. Just press the button. There's a mic button there.
Okay, I'm Uyi Edegbe from the Department of Social Work. I just want to add my voice to the study in Germany program, perhaps more specifically on the master's angle, because I really don't know much about the bachelor's aspect. But I think for the master's, it's a lot easier, I would say. But all that needs to be done is part of it has been stated earlier. You just need to have in mind what you want to study, and just go to the internet and search for programs from different universities of your choice and send applications. But most times the problem is you may not be successful at first instance, but it doesn't mean you give up. The more applications you send, the better chances of getting admission. And one very important thing about studying in Germany, I want to really point out here is you have a 95% chance of getting your visa. You don't have any problem getting visa, provided you actually you submitted genuine credentials and whatever they ask for. And at the interview point, you are actually able to state the purpose. I remember when I went for my studies, at the interview point, I was really almost late. I've been having I was told it would take 2 months. And my course was to start in 4 weeks because I had problem getting my admission letter. After the interview, I was amazed at the way the German, one Frau Skimmit, she really helped me a lot. And in 3 weeks, my visa was ready. All she needed, intermittently, she was asking for some other information, which I provided her. Within 3 weeks, everything was ready. So that is very easy. And for the funding, it is really free, but all you have to pay is 150 euros per semester, which is just like a small levy. That amounts to 300 euros per year. That's all you have to pay in Germany to study. So imagine that you have accommodation, you really don't have any cost you incur. And mostly as well, if you are lucky, you could equally even get some special funding depending on the course or program you are offering over there. So the opportunities are really quite enormous. And I think if you ask me, I'll conclude by this. It's a recommendation anyway. Nigeria, I think, as a country, should have a better, I recommend Germany as a better development partner. Thank you.
All right, that is just sharing his experience with us and encouraging those of you who are here who would like to share from the German experience to do your best. Do we still have questions? All right, or comments? Let's take just a minute from here, touch the mic and stay. Just press it. We have the technicians here in the chambers. All right, do we have those from the protocol department? Protocol. Come over here. Hello, protocol. All right, take this to him.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ato Iwala from the Department of ISD, Unitec. Now, permits me to say I want to personally thank Usemu, my classmate, for forcing me to come into this place. And after the list of advice he gave me, I was very, even with my illness, I had to rush down here. And now, my questions are, all scholarship programs were all tagged with the PhD and researchers. So I want to know if there is truly scholarship programs for students and particularly international studies and diplomacy students. Thank you.
Let me just quickly re-echo what he has said. That he has listened carefully to the presentations and there is this emphasis on students who are doing their PhD or candidates who have a postdoctoral opportunity to do research in Germany. And in most cases you find that such opportunities are tied either to the sciences or to engineering. Now the question is, what about the humanities and social sciences? Basically he mentioned international studies and diplomacy. No, just a minute. Prof, Professor Adeboye.
I think I mentioned it at a point in my presentation that scholarship opportunities in Germany are open to discipline A to discipline Z. I mean, that's not the answer. Just look for the ones that fit, and they are there.
All right, I've just been informed that the opportunities for different disciplines from A to Z, or Z as the Americans will call it, will be presented by Dr. Jakob Mache tomorrow. What he did today was just general overview of opportunities, your own readiness to grab the opportunities. Tomorrow will be specific. It's 10 a.m. on the dot tomorrow. So please, if you come late and you begin to ask other questions, nobody will listen to you. This is one great opportunity. All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Chukwu Paul. I'm from the Department of Economics and Statistics. I'm a postgraduate student. This question is directed to the Consul General. We love education in Germany. We've heard so much about it. And personally for me, I'd like to go for a PhD in Germany. But like what Balogu said, she said that there's a block account you deposit money to when you are given admission from a German university. If I'm correct, I would like to know how much do you deposit for such block accounts. Then I read in the internet that you pay about 8,000 euros for the block account.
And that's about 3.2 million naira. For us, Nigerians, our background, sometimes that money is a laviantan, it's large. How do you help us? Is there perhaps in the future, and it be reduced, that those who genuinely want to do a program, an advanced program in Germany, and have such opportunity? 3.2 million naira is not child's play for a postgraduate student in Nigeria who wants to study other Germany. So this is for the Consul General to answer.
And there is these about 8,000 euros. These are considered the costs of living you will need studying in Germany. As was mentioned and stressed a lot, in England you pay more than 8,000 euros, even as a European, for fees only. So they are not the fees, but the living costs. And if you are not able to cover your living costs yourself or your family, yes, then you have, like everywhere in the world, like here in Nigeria too, I think, you have to look for a scholarship. And there, yes, the DAAD or others or other institutions, even, I didn't mention it, there might be even church institutions, others, they give scholarships, but of course the number is limited. Not everyone can get it, and the criteria there might be also, to be a very good student. One of the best could apply for it and get it. The details are with regard to DAAD. I think Dr. Maché will talk tomorrow, or you can come to him for his, I think the consultancy session, the individual sessions are on Thursday. That's the way. I mean, it's, yes, I mean, your living costs, yes, of course, you have to cover them and find a way and some kind of scholarship, sponsorship for it. And that's it. I mean, this is, as I said, the program of grants. That is indeed only for German citizens coming from a low-income family. There too, you have the grant loan system where you get a grant and some part is loan, pay it back. That's not for foreigners. There you have to get the scholarship.
Thank you so much. The lunch is ready, you can see it, but we will not serve it yet. In addition to that, in addition to what the society has said, once you are able to enter Germany from experience, students are allowed to work for a specific number of days in a year. And if you don't want to work in a long vacation, you can split it depending on the opportunities that you have to work. There is what is called the Studentenvermittlung, Arbeitsvermittlung. That is the student labor office, where you can go and look for work and earn good money. In fact, if you have a long job during the long vacation, by the beginning of the following year, your tax is refunded to you. And so you have more money in your pocket. It's just the opportunity. And in addition to that, there is also, apart from DAAD, there is the Catholic Academic Exchange Service Program. That is the KAAD card. And if you are a Catholic, I know of a student from Cross River, where I was there, who benefited from the KAAD scholarship to come over to Germany, the flights to Germany, the accommodation, the living expenses, and all that to be able to do. So it's just how you can exploit the opportunities available to you. That is what Dr. Jakob will be talking about tomorrow. I think we'll interact more tomorrow about all of this. We're going to call the PROs to introduce. All right, please, Prof. Balogun want to quickly add something. before we invite the PRO to introduce this artist. And then we have the art exhibition and lunch.
If you're fortunate enough to have a relative in Germany that working, there's something called Verpflichtungserklärung, which basically means the person is working and there are certain requirements the person has to meet and what their own living cost as well in Germany. Then they can go to the notaries in Germany and basically they will be the one taking care of you while you're there. So you will not have to open the blocked account. So there are ways to go around that. That is like one, apart from the scholarship. Yeah?
Thank you very much. Quickly, we'll invite Alade and Sunday Chukwu. Alade and Sunday Chukwu of the Department of Fine and Applied Arts for a very brief presentation.
You see how wonderfully your friend and a student of yours once I know has taken time to arrange this land to be like where you came from. But because of posterity's sake, we say we want you to give us much more knowledge. Well, when you see such persons attending programs, they don't just go program for program sakes. They go for intellectual discourse. Maybe you need to give me those wonderful reading that I will dress in my purple clothes and with the gold, showing the world that I'm from University of Benin, telling them that the white man came and invited me, and because I sought to make posterity better, I go to the white man's land, I learn from the white man, and I still come back to teach the people. Thank you very much. You told me that you would teach me the German language for 4 months. But I need to teach you the Nigerian language in just an hour. So look at this one. Come on, Benny. Mungan from Mungan Girma. Back on the Zan, I say, where is Samu, but where is the one Kakuma? Why not me? Kuma Kaina, Allah, Wakuna, Wakuna, why not me? Allah, Wakuna. The white man. I am speaking the Hausa language of Nigeria. You need to meet the white man in Yoruba. White man, sir. You are welcome. Holy God, holy Germany, Sarah Power, Babao, in this opportunity, I will still seek to give hand to the professor who went to the white man's land. He never studied there, but he conquered the white man. And when you hear closely when the master of ceremony was giving address to him, he said he was given such position because of what he has in his intellect. Professor Falodun, I know and we are seeing the wonderful things you've been doing for the university. No wonder you are called the juggernaut of academics. The other time, you bought the big juju from Abuja to tell us what we need to know about intellectual properties. And you are still telling us that we should calm down, that for the university, you will match them to world standards. I want you to give a message to the big professor, who is the vice chancellor, the man standing amongst the fallen, the big man, you know. His complexion and figure shows everything. I am going to tell you of my vice chancellor, who went to the white man's land and conquered the white man. He is a fellow, National Society of Engineers. In the world, in Leeds, the white man knew him. My vice chancellor went to the white man's land. He conquered them and he came back. And that is why he is sitting properly as the vice chancellor of the great University of Benin. Let me give you a message to take back to them. Tell them that when you came to the University of Benin, you were properly told, because this is a land of culture.
No wonder you sought means never to go to any other standard of learning, but to come here to share your knowledge with us. Your humility strikes me a lot. I heard that you are Mr. Robert Ingo. While I was looking at you from a distance, I said, yes, this is the German man that has come to show me wisdom. Well, I will sit in your class so that you will teach again, so that I will regain. In Igbo, na onyocha bịa ba anyị o, anyị kwesịrị ikwenye onye ọcha. Una ma hụ ihe ime onye ọcha ga-eji bịa hapụ obodo, bịa gosi anyị akwụkwọ, onwe nke anyị ma onye ọcha, ndị Igbo ga-asị gị nnọọ. Ọ mara ihe niile ma anyị sụ bụ japụ ma anyị sụ. But ihe chọrọ ịgwa abụna anyị kenye gị because ịgba ndị ka karịa na ịbịa ibe anyị igosi anyị akwụkwọ. Gịnị ka anyị ga-eme? Gịnị ka anyị ga-ekwu? But chegodu, when we want to talk to intelligent minds like this, we pick up books because on our own we are just learning. But when we talk to the white man, we will need to make speeches, we will need to make statements, we will need to make powerful and well-cited interpretations so that the white man will not think we don't have knowledge. I have come to tell of Robert Ingo. You brought the Alexander von Humboldt, who was a scholar. I know of him. He traveled around the world where he was passing knowledge to persons. From Germany, he traveled to England. From Germany, he began the water. And so he began the water. He went and he came the water. He came down to Africa where he taught us knowledge. But because he has led posterity, you sought meanings to bring Alexander von Humboldt to us again via your time. We must appreciate you sincerely. But I have come to tell you that this man has used the overhead sun to tell 12 noon. He is the brevity standing amongst the fallen. If I were you, those good things that were taught to me, I will put them into play because the world is no longer turning to a one-man business. It is a global society. And before you fit in, you must go to the white man's land. However, we are happy that the government of the university are bringing the white man knowledge to us. Can I ask you a question? Show me that standard of learning where you see white man parading up and down saying he wants to share knowledge. Can you tell me of any? No, tell me of any. Great. The lunches that they gave to you, has it come to your table? Great. The lunch is coming soon. So great.
Thank you very much. Alade and Sunday Chukwu are both final year students of the Department of Fine and Applied Arts, University of Benin. Please, a round of applause for them. Now we invite the Vice Chancellor, ably represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, to officially do a presentation to His Excellency the Consul General.
So, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our highly esteemed Vice Chancellor, Professor FFO Onwese, I want to present a gift from the Vice Chancellor to His Excellency Consul General Ingo Abbas for the wonderful collaboration, partnership, and synergy between the University of Benin and the German Embassy. Our Vice Chancellor, as we all know, is deeply committed to academic and research excellence. He appreciates you, he appreciates your team, and looks forward to more of this type of workshop so that our academic staff, our lecturers and scholars can benefit maximally. So on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I present to you a gift. Thank you for this. So I also present to you a gift from our Vice Chancellor. As you know, Benin City is an ancient city, very rich in tradition, culture. Benin City is a reference point for all Edos, and University of Benin is taking a lead in championing our culture, our deep cultural heritage. So our Vice Chancellor, this is a gift from him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Please, I want to invite those at the table for a group photograph with the Consul General. Please, let us. Please, directly after this, the DAD, DLG, and our Obot alumni will please take a group photograph. Please, the registrar, this way. All right, thank you. We are now inviting the DAD alumni, DFG alumni, and Von Humboldt alumni. Please. Okay. Just a minute. Others can smoke here. No, the lady cannot smoke. Are you okay? Let's see how close this one. Alright, thank you. Members of the committee, the organizing committee for this workshop. The others can please take your seats. Others take your seat. Others take your seat. Members of the organizing committee. All right, thank you so much. Take your seats. Please, we are going to declare the exhibition open and the launch will be served. Please, the photographers, we still have one more. The artist.
This exhibition is actually put up to come along with this workshop. The exhibition is basically of weathered steel sculptures, and we are aware of the connection or the connect between the Goethe Institute, the cultural arm of the German embassy, and the art of our culture of Nigeria. And we thought it that a workshop of this nature would also mount an exhibition to recognize this connection of the German embassy of Germany and Nigeria. You're welcome, sir, to declare this exhibition.
Declare this exhibition open.
Actually, sculpture is as old as mankind. We can also cut this tape so that we can free the form. So we can also cut to free the form for. Elegance is actually a larger production of a smaller one. The proportion of this was directly taken from a smaller model to a bigger one. Actually, welding in sculpture started in the 1890s in Europe when arc welding came into existence. And in the contemporary period, artists began to feel to belong, they wanted to belong to the latest happening in science, materials, particularly of construction and fabrication. And artists wanted to be part of these new happenings. And they started thinking of how they can use materials that are actually meant to be used in construction companies to manufacture, to also produce artworks. Of course, that's how metal, particularly steel, a very tensile material, came into use by sculptors. Germany, of course, played a very important role in the avant-garde and the rest of them in Germany, who were frontliners for modern art that happened all over Europe. And so from the 1830s, you see artists use all kinds of things with the development of what is going to happen in art. Can we go? Let's go. Because of the fullness of artists, it is actually daunting to use steel and many materials for art, or to produce most of the time. They are adapted from other industries. So you can see all these apparent objects. The encasing for this plate of this. This is an iron, the body of an iron, and you can see these are men wires. If you look closely, to buy like a shifting horse, like a small horse with the fall. Exactly. So you can see this is a monument, typically all sheet metals that is try to form figure, particularly magnetically. These are basically flat sheets that the artist has tried to form with the aid of welding and all of that fire to conform to a magnetic form, human form. This is the human form. Of course, initially we thought you were going to come from here. Giacometti, this like you do. Rodin, yeah, you're right. Yeah. You can see these are forms from engines, but it gave the artist the form of a drummer and another dancer, a forceful surge of dancing and drum beating. These are minimalist art. I know you understand that. Let's go further. You can see a mask. The artist first painted this and went ahead to translate it with sheet metals, raw steel. This is actually from mere rods to create a man falling from a bicycle. You can see that. This is the head of a Benin woman. So that all are from very thick sheets, cut and formed with fire and welding. This is the relief work, also of the encasing for belts and bicycles that he had created as the eyelids and used flat sheets and rods to create a family, father, mother, and 2 children. This is actually a masquerade common to this area, Gabonelemi, is the spirit form that he has formed. This, the bicycle forms, hands of bicycle, and all of that just put together to look like a human being with arms raised. It's another one, the Eben, Ada, and the face in abstracted form, very simplified. You can see all of that. These are very heavy metals that he has cut to create this. And finally, you have this very expressive. And the women, you can decipher that from the mammalian. And I'm sure you enjoyed it, sir.
continue tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have done well. God bless you.
Dr. Obeki Obek.
Yes, you can close it. And secondly, partly the major part then will be any scholarships on the other. All right. So a major field of the activities of DAD is also expedited academic collaboration, which mainly involves that
expedite information for institutions on different systems of education. So if any political leader or academic leader is interested about a particular country, they can approach the DAD and ask for information on particular systems of education. This is mainly done also in different ways. So the DAD aims to enable institutions in education, science and culture to make well-informed strategic decisions. And these comprise the whole network of different institutions and offices of DAD, which we will see soon. And the plan behind this is that the German Academic Exchange Service aims at also to help higher assistants in higher education to learn also about the German higher education institutes and how the system is working. This is done by big networks of regional offices, information centers and lectureships. So you can see here many of them. These are the biggest centers of DAD. You can see DAD has big offices in a couple of places. And in Africa, there's one big in Nairobi. Apart from that, there are a couple of information centers like in Accra, Ghana, and also in Yaoundé, Cameroon, and also in South Africa. These are the places where German is the most popular. Usually the German Academic Exchange Service is inclined to open up information centers in any place where there's a big request to study in Germany, to study German, or to, where a lot of applications for scholarships come from. Moreover, there are just DAD lectureships, about 500 all over the world. You can see there are also some in Sub-Saharan Africa. In Nigeria, currently there are two. This is one is hosted by my colleague, Mrs. Hannah Schlingmann at the University of Benin, and myself at the University of Benin, our University. Alright, so now we are coming to the main part of today about scholarships for the West. The German Academic Exchange Service wants to ensure that candidates are selected through very competitive but also fair procedures, which is done by independent committees of professors in Germany, which don't know the candidates and which have to select a small group out of big number of applications. I think for most scholarships, maybe the successful candidates are no more than 20% of all applicants. Sometimes even only 5%, depending on the people who are interested in this program. But very important, the German Academic Exchange Service also wants to enable scholarship holders to successfully study and conduct research in Germany. And eventually these people who are getting scholarships are trained to become huge lecturers and who's political leaders for these countries. Moreover, the German Academic Exchange Service aims to support academic, interdisciplinary and social cultural integration and network between scholarship holders, which will be discussed by my colleague Stephanie from Oturke, who is presently the alumni coordinator for PLD and ADH in Nigeria, and she will give you more information about how this works. We also see that usually activities of PLD don't stop
with the end of the scholarship, but actually a lifelong company validated. Also very interesting or very important for DAD is to promote equal opportunity. You may know that among countries which give scholarships, European countries and the United States and Canada are the most popular because they are also the most free countries. All of them, you can see the mainstream opinion is that no matter where you're from, no matter your gender, no matter your political orientation, no matter your private orientation, we will try to accept you and we will also defend your freedom. And this is also some part of the German Academic Exchange Service which promotes equal opportunities. It doesn't matter whether you are male or female, whether you're Muslim, Christian, traditional believer or whatever. Babalawo, they will also welcome you to get the scholarship, to apply and actually get the scholarship. Just to give an impression, some small figures of what the DAD did so far since it was founded in the 50s, or actually since it became big in the 50s. About 1.1 million Germans were able to travel out from Nigeria. Maybe just to give you an idea, the DAD not only supports foreigners who want to come to Germany, but also Germans who want to go abroad. For Germans, there are 1.2 million almost who have profited from this program in the last 60 years. The other way around, it's not so much, but still 900,000 foreigners were already able to come to Germany in the last 60 years through the support of the DAD. And we see later that today things change a little bit as for the balance between German scholarship holders and foreign scholarship holders. Also very important, the German Academic Exchange Service is also a partner for governments to facilitate scholarships. You have to imagine that if you want to attribute scholarships, you need a big infrastructure, you need selection panels, you need infrastructure to conduct the applicants, you need procedures. This is actually something which is very costly if you want to do it yourself. Therefore, the DAD also invites governments to cooperate, so that if any government is interested and they say, yes, we want to train people from our country in the area of agricultural science, then they may contact the DAD, they may give them the money, what they want to give to the students in Germany, or what actually the DAD would give to the students in Germany, and they can use the structures of the DAD mainly without really paying much. And this kind of measures, they are also getting more and more popular. So presently, to my knowledge, there is no cooperation with the Nigerian government and the DAD, but I know there are many African countries which already cooperate with the DAD and just tell the DAD what kind of scholarships they want to sponsor, in which area, and the DAD will do the rest for them. Just to give you an idea of some famous DAD alumni. I'm not sure whether you know any of them, at least Mario Vargas Llosa is one who won a novelist from Latin America who won the Nobel Prize a couple of years ago. Juli C. is a German author who is maybe one of the most read contemporary authors of German literature. So you can see the German Academic Exchange Service very often promotes scholars which become later notable persons of cultural or political, the cultural and political landscape. Yes, some figures we already saw in the last 60 years. So these are more figures, there are different types of fundings. You can see that only a small part of this funding affects or concerns individual grants, whereas the big majority of today's policy of the DAD mainly concerns project funding. So it's not one single person who profits, but it may be a whole graduate school, or it may be a whole group of researchers, or even more. And also a very important part is part of the EU mobility programs called Erasmus, which only affect people in Europe. So here is just an idea of how the situation is in 2014. You can see that meanwhile much more foreigners come to Germany than Germans leave the foreign countries via DAD. So you can see that the DAD has shifted its focus on getting people into Germany rather than sending people out of Germany. Which also is very important because any good scholar from abroad who comes to Germany brings knowledge. And if you know about university policy, it is something very, very good. You have very well-trained scholars who can tell you something nobody can tell you in Germany, because people in Germany may not know about local plans in Nigeria, for example. Here is just a global perspective on incoming and outgoing scholars and students. You can see that particularly for Africa, the ratio of people going to Europe is much bigger than the people coming from Germany to Africa. And in the year 2000, there were up to 5,000 scholarship holders from Africa, which doesn't mean that 4,700 got the scholarship this year, because some of the scholarships they go for up to 3 years. So it's the total number of scholarship holders, whether they got scholarship the year before, 3 years before, or just recently, all of them are included. So to give you a small impression what the focus is of the DAD, you can see the majority of programs, they concern law, economics, social sciences. The second one already interestingly is language and cultural studies. The reason why this is the case because the German Academic Action Service also very strongly promotes German departments all over the globe, and maybe a big bunch of these people who get support in the area of language and cultural studies, they are actually German teachers, German lecturers all over the globe. Also very important is the field of engineering and mathematics and natural sciences. If your field should be listed on the lower part of the table, it may still be worth. It still be worth to try. It's not really hopeless, but the chances will be much easier for you if you come from a field like law economics to get a scholarship, because the availability of programs is much higher than other fields. Alright, so very sorry that these slides are not really well ordered. So now we go to individual scholarships. Just before we start with individual scholarships, I will just say something very general which concerns PhD scholarships. As in Germany and in most countries of the European Union, there is a process of information so that all of the systems in Europe become more or less compatible with each other. Germany has abandoned its old system and introduced a new system, the bachelor-master system, which is also known here. Whereas before it had a system without any bachelor, where you just made your magister directly, and then you went into PhD. This was a very old system which developed starting from Humboldt, actually, the scholar already mentioned yesterday, in the early 19th century. And it actually promoted a system in which researchers and students have to be responsible for themselves, and in which they have a lot of freedom. So a kind of remnant of the system is still, you can still find in the PhD program. So there are two different types of getting a PhD. One of them is this traditional guidance model, which means that you have, the only thing you have to do is you have to find a supervisor. And the supervisor has to accept it. The supervisor accepts you, he will tell you how to proceed and what to do in order to go on. That is the crucial thing. And the point is, in order to have a supervisor, you have to approach a professor, and the professor will tell you whether he will like to supervise or not. Usually a professor will only supervise you if you are in this area of research. He will never supervise you if whatever you're doing has nothing to do with the field he is in. And the closer you are to his field, the more likely it is to be accepted. We are going to hear this still a couple of times. It is very difficult to get a supervisor because, first of all, in Germany there are not many professors anymore. And professors they have become something more like managers, academic managers. Actually they're passionate in research, but they don't have time to make research. And therefore it is really difficult for them to follow their real passion. And so anything which causes suspicion for them to create an unnecessary extra work, and which keeps them from doing the research, you will not even reply your email. You have to maybe imagine that a professor in Germany works 60 hours upwards. If somebody wants to be supervised, or if somebody writes a request to be supervised by this certain professor, this person may not even open the email if the title of the email doesn't sound interesting to him, because they don't have time. You get maybe 100 emails a day, and if you have tried to answer 100 emails a day, you will see that you won't be able to. So you will only pick out the things they think which are either important or relevant to them. The other type of supervision is mainly the structured programs coming from the Anglo-American tradition, which are usually full programs, which take usually 3 years, sometimes 4 years. Usually you don't really choose a supervisor, but you will be assigned a supervisor. In Germany, usually English is the language of instruction, and everything you have to do is structured, so you can't really choose much. You have to visit courses. You have to help to organize at least 1 conferences through this 3 years. You have to teach 1 or 2 times a class of undergraduate students. And you have maybe also published 1 article or whatever, something like that. Whereas the first old school model doesn't have any time frame. Usually the time frame for these international programs is rather set, so you have 3 years. However, in Germany there is no law who obliges you to submit your thesis after 3 years. Like it is, for example, in Italy. In Italy, you just submit after 3 years in 1 day, you can start with 0 because you will accept the thesis. In Germany, it's not like that. If you have gone to the school and you have not finished yet, you just have to wait, and you will wait until you submit. Likewise, with the traditional guidance model, it can be wrong. In my own case, I think it took me 8 years until I was able to finish my PhD. As I only also had a position at the department, I had maybe 20, 30 hours a week of had to do per department, prepare my courses and so on. It can also take a long time. For PhD positions, there are actually a couple of ways. So in the title of the program is also mentioned that DFG, the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, the German Research Association, will be relevant. It will be relevant just to some extent because it also offers PhD positions, and you can find them on the link just given above. But there's something I have to tell you. DFG more or less corresponds to what is TED funds in Nigeria, and for DFG, if you want to apply for a project and money for a project, you will get usually 1 or 2 positions, and usually the people who apply and the professors apply for this project money, they already know beforehand at least 1 or 2 people whom they could put in this position. It's very, very difficult to get the DFG position if you're not in Germany and you don't know anybody. That's really, really difficult. But sometimes they're openly published, and you can also find them from websites like here. I think particularly in fields which are not so popular, but nevertheless much requested by industry like mathematics. I know it is almost impossible to make a PhD in Germany in mathematics without getting any funding, because there are more positions than PhD students. But this is, I think, the exception. For anything else, it is the opposite. Alright, now I'm going to start with more or less the full range of scholarships which are provided by the DAAD for Nigeria. There is also one website which I will mention at the very, very end called funding, www.funding-guide.de, which is the scholarship database of DAAD, which you can find easily. Just Google DAAD scholarship database, in which you can find all of these scholarships which are offered by the German Academic Exchange Service, but you can also find ADH scholarships. You can actually find any kind of scholarships which exist in Germany from, I don't know, many hundreds of different bodies of scholarships. So it's very, very, I can recommend a lot to look at this page and to just try out what you can find. Okay. As I initially said, that one of the big focus of the German Academic Exchange Service is also to promote German language in all over the world. And for most countries in the world, there's language summer courses which are actually open for anybody to apply. Usually the deadline is on the 1st of December now, and the grants are for language courses taking place in June, July, or August, or September, depending the course you are choosing. The requirements is you need to have a B1 diploma in German, and the very important aspect of that is that your diploma must not be older than 1 year at the day of application. So if you got, for example, your diploma on the 1st November 2015, it's already outdated and DAD will just ignore it. However, if you have diploma B2, C1 or even C2, they will allow you to apply. And very important also, you have to be registered as a bachelor or master student. It's not possible at the point when the course will take place. So if you are about to finish your course now, it is not possible to participate in this language summer course when your studies will be finished by part of time. The value is 850 euro scholarship, and for Nigeria, I think something like 1,100 euro travel allowance. Whereas you have to pay also course fees and accommodation in Germany, which is usually something like 850. Okay, there are grants for future German teachers. teachers. There's a German master program which has been established 2 years ago in Nairobi, Kenya. There are 10 scholarships available each time, and the last intake was just this year, 2016, in May. The next intake will be probably 2018. The requirement is a NEET B2 diploma in German, and at least upper second class in probably German. If you have German, it will be easy. If you have different fields, I think it needs to be related. I think if you have literature in English, you still may try, but you need to be able to get it. The German is very, very strong. The value is very interesting because we had 6 months of a research day in Germany at one of the partner universities in Dresden, Bielefeld, Bayreuth or Oldenburg. Then you get a grant, 380 euros monthly, and also the DAD will pay university fees. They will grant you a small research allowance and also to some extent a third allowance. There is another program, the Master Grants for German Studies, which takes 6 months. The application deadline is 15th of October 2016 for scholarship starting in 2017. You need to be a highly qualified master of German Studies or German as a foreign language. That's actually the main requirement. You have to be able to document that. Value is 750 euros monthly. You get a travel allowance, and you will be able usually to make research for your thesis, master thesis in Germany for a period of 6 months. Alright, so the main, honestly you can say this was the main bulk of programs available for master students and bachelor students. The main focus of the German Academic Exchange Service for African countries are PhD programs and programs for early postdocs. It means postdocs which have defended their PhD between 2 and 4 years ago. For this program, the research grants, short-term grants, the smallest program available, it's a program for PhD students or postdoc students who start their program in Germany, in Nigeria, who will go to Germany for some time and will come back to Nigeria and also get their degree from Nigeria. The deadline is the 31st of October for a grant starting April or later. The selection criteria academic abilities which are above average, which means at least second class after division. If you don't have DAD, you will just ignore your application. Very important for German, for the DAD, like yesterday for Alexander von Humboldt, there is no age limit. If you are 100 years old and if you just passed your last degree 2 years ago, you can still apply. So the main important criteria is your most recent academic degree should not be older than 6 years old for people starting PhD. For people who have already a PhD and who want to do a postdoc program, the PhD must not be older than, must be older than 4 years. And people who want to enroll in a PhD program, they should not start their PhD program in Nigeria more than 3 years ago before the time of application. What is important, as I told you, for most of this work, you need a supervisor. And as we will see, this is maybe the most difficult step. So you need a written confirmation of a supervisor in Germany, a supervisor who is a
professor, which makes the situation very difficult because professors are busy and won't open any email which is not related to their own interest. You need to submit a proposal which is well balanced, also documenting why the German academic exchange service should fund you and not anybody else. You can only imagine, you see, yes, I want to study chemistry because I want to become the best chemist in Nigeria. You can be sure that you won't be the only person who is writing something like that. And maybe it will be very uninteresting because it doesn't really sound actually very reasonable. Imagine you are an authority who has money and you can think of which person would you just support. And if you put yourself into somebody in a committee, you can know that what is could be interesting for such a professor in a committee, for a committee who is giving away his money. And if you see yourself being part of a committee, okay, there is nothing like Babu in these committees. You will not be driven by any other motivation than with your project proposal. The birth for this 1 to 6 months scholarship is €1,000 a month, and you will always get further amounts. Generally, the situation is like this. This committee will meet, and it will get a certain number from all over West Africa. We get maybe 500 months of scholarships of West Africa. It means if you are planning a big scholarship which covers 6 months or 20 months, the likelihood that you get a scholarship will increase. But if you just want to play a safe game, just apply for scholarship for 1 month. Because very often at the end of a meeting you will see they just found all of the excellent candidates and gave them what they think is necessary. Maybe sometimes they have 1 month left over. And then you will look around. To whom can we give that month? Okay, the next year grant is a 1-year research grant, which is between 7 and 10 months. Almost everything is the same, except for postdocs, their PhD must be 2 years by the time of application. And the value is much better. So you get €1,000 per month. You will get a monthly rent subsidy, and you will get a monthly allowance for accompanying members of family. So if you're married, you can bring your family with this program, and you get money for your husband or for your wife, you get money for your children, and also a subsidy for rent. This program, the binationally supervised doctoral degrees, is much similar than the other ones I just mentioned. The difference is that you have 2 supervisors. You have a supervisor in Nigeria and a supervisor in Germany. And both of them will start to supervise your thesis from the beginning until the end, but the defense of your thesis will be in Nigeria. And the value and everything is the same as for the scholarships before, but your quality should be much higher than for the first 2 programs. As these programs, they are worth a lot of money. You can calculate it at least something like €24,000 you are earning, but it's even more expensive for the DAD. So you can see that they will spend not less than €30,000 for you. They will really read your application very, very closely, and they will not grant scholarships to anybody. So it's really, you have to work on a very good proposal not to get that. As I told you,
at least 80% of the applications will drop out. So only maximum 20% of the applications will be successful, which means you need to be really outstanding or to be among 20% of the application coming in. There is also the opportunity to study a whole doctorate program, this new type of doctorate program, a full structured program, which is usually 36 months. The application criteria are the same and the value is the same, but as it is longer, people will even look closer. The longer the scholarship is, the more difficult it is to get, and the more critical people will be. So the committee will be there, you can be sure there will be 5 professors or something like that, just discussing about the quality of your proposal, and usually things go like that. One professor wants to support one candidate, another professor wants to support another candidate, and they're looking for the weak points. And if your application is a weak point, you can be sure that they will just go into this weak point until everybody will be convinced that this application can't do it. Alright. Now we are coming to the second group of people who are coming to Nigeria. These are senior staff. Senior staff usually means at least senior lecturers and above. And these programs, they usually involve a length between 1 and 3 months, starting from also from April, and the deadline for application is 31st of October. I advise you to check the dates of the deadlines, because at the time when I was writing this presentation, the present days for this year were out yet. I just took the dates from the last one, I replaced 2016, 15 or 2016, but this may be a mistake. Sometimes they change the deadlines, but this will be always October. It can be the 1st of October, 15 or 31st. So the best for you is just to check online on the scholarship database to see the latest information of these programs. So the requirements are: you need to be a member of a university or higher education. Like before, you need to be coordinated with an institution in Germany, so you can't just write a proposal to anybody in Germany. So you need to find a professor or a department with whom you can cooperate and with whom you really work together. And like Prof. Adeboye mentioned yesterday, it's not enough to get an email from professors who says, yes, I will do it. You can be sure there will be maybe 10-15 people who will have a very close connection already with their potential host, and you can be sure that these people will make a much better impression than if you just get somebody who just say, yes, I will welcome you, and I think this could be fruitful what we're doing together. You know, if you get to a point where the professor in Germany says, yes, what you're doing is very interesting, actually I'm working on the same field, let's do a journal paper together. If you get somebody to that point, your application is very, very strong. Yes, like also for AVH scholarships, you need to have publications in international journals which are peer-reviewed. I will come back to this point because that is just in the Western world the way how you demonstrate your academic quality, your academic abilities. Once you don't have any publication in a big journal outside Nigeria, in the US or in Europe, for anybody who wants to make a career in the international landscape, it is impossible. You have to have journal articles, and anything else doesn't count. If you have published in collections or in
conference proceedings. I can tell you in Germany, in the US, they will just ignore these things, they will count your journal articles which have been published in big international journals with a high impact factor, and the rest they will just ignore. Even if you have 100 publications, for them it's just 0. If you have only 2 peer-reviewed journal articles, you will be a stronger candidate than somebody who has 100 articles in whatever kind of journals. The value is 2,000 euros per month, including a travel allowance for assistant professors, and 2,150 per month for professors. And you also will get a monthly rent subsidy. And I'm not 100% sure whether it's really monthly allowance for accompanying members of family. I will have to see. Maybe I just made a mistake while I was copying this. Alright, so this is just maybe what the German academic exchange service was focused in the past. The new strategy, which has been just decided not long ago, is that the German academic exchange service wants to use its money more efficiently. And if more efficiently means that they are trying to build up programs in Nigeria or in the region of Nigeria, like let's say in Africa, and to provide scholarships for these countries. This is going to be the future of German academic exchange service. I will give you a couple of ideas of very new in-region programs. Actually, this is an older one. There is a program called the Staff Exchange in Sub-Saharan Africa. They have 15 fellowships each year for all over Africa. You can apply anytime. The only thing you need to have is a complete PhD degree. You need to be senior staff of a university in Sub-Saharan Africa. You need to have an invitation from another university in Sub-Saharan Africa. You need to be national of an African country. And you need also to bring leave. Permission to be away, a granted leave of absence from your home institution, and you get, depending on the country you want to go, between 300,000 euros travel allowance and 300 euros weekly allowance and subsidy as far as salary. Alright, now we are coming to the in-region programs. There is, for example, one very specific program at the University of Dar es Salaam, Arab University of Dar es Salaam. You can see the deadline has already elapsed, but I decided to discuss this program as well because it's very new and really keep going on. So anybody who is in the field of real estate studies, urban and regional planning can apply for either a master or PhD programs. We have 4 master scholarships and 2 PhD programs. All of them they will be granted for 1 year, but all of them are also acceptable. You need to be a national country. Also your last degree should be 6 years. The RD University will reselect the candidates. The final decision will be made by DAA in the headquarters in Germany, Bonn. And here you can see this equal becoming relevant. Female applicants will be privileged, and also people who come from minorities or less privileged regions, they are especially encouraged to apply. The value is between 4,500 euros for master students and 5,160 euros living allowance for a year. We will get additionally that study and research allowance, and we get 1,000 euros for printing costs for your thesis publishing. Likewise, there's a program of land management in the
Namibia University of Science and Technology. If you are in the area of land management and spatial management, you are welcome to apply. I think more or less the criteria, they are very much the same. The deadline is still not, has not elapsed, it's until 16th September, so you're still welcome to apply for scholarship starting in January 2017. There's another program for land policy and governance in Ethiopia. The requirements are pretty much the same. There are two PhD programs, two PhD positions for all of Africa, and they are granted for 1 year, they can be extended for more time as well. Alright, so these are in-region programs. This is more or less the future of what Daad is planning to do. At that moment, I will also, anybody who is interested, I can forward to material. The Daad published a call for new in-region programs. So if anybody knows the well-structured postgraduate program like this in this area, which can be of support for the African continent, it may be eligible for Daad support so that they will create a couple of positions at a graduate school like it did in Namibia, Ethiopia, or Tanzania. Alright, apart from that, there are also scholarships for young professionals, for people who have made a bachelor's degree and who have 2 years of experience in the field of studies. So you have to have, for example, if you are an engineer, you started engineering, you need to have experience as an engineer, and we will just ignore your application. You say yes, you have professional experience, you have been working as Okada rider for 2 years. It is not considered as professional. So therefore they are very competitive. I know that a lot of people want to apply for that, but if you don't have very strong professional background, I would just not recommend you to apply, because you can save time instead of applying. Likewise, you have a degree which should be more than 6 years. The application deadline has just elapsed last weekend, and the application has to be dropped in one of the DA's office. I just to share this information with you, I got feedback from the people who are hosting this program, and they got so many fraudful applications over the years that they want to close down this program for Nigeria. And as far as I know, they say Nigeria is the only country which submits big numbers of fraudful applications for the program, so that they're actually about to close down. I don't know whether it will still go on with that. Alright. There's another program, public policy and good governance programs, also for master students, which are from the area of law and administration and the likes. You need to have good results in your bachelor degrees. You need also a very convincing, strong description of why you want to study this and how it will help your country you are from. And the more convincing, the also more likely it is to get a scholarship for that. And also, like what is developmental related programs, you can't move freely. There are particular universities with particular programs for which you can apply, and no other. You just can't take a scholarship for anything. For this public policy, good governance, Benin hosts these 2, 4, 6, 8, about 10 universities and programs which are mentioned here, and one of them, not any else of them. But I know also that it is usually difficult for Nigerian people to get this program. In the last year, no people from Nigeria was able to get the scholarship from that field. Alright, just to give you some hints of how, what kind of candidates DAD is promoting or supporting. First of all, need academic excellence. Just let me briefly discuss what in the international landscape academic excellence means. Academic excellence is, to some extent, the grade you have in the university, but much more important, your personal activity in research. So if you have never published anything, don't even think of applying or in a bigger program. Of course, if you're a PhD student, you might not have had a chance to publish, but I can tell you, if you have had a chance to publish something already in a recognized journal, your publication, your application will be very strong. And therefore, if you are a very young PhD student or somebody who's a master student who wants to study or apply for a PhD grant at a later point, just learn to publish in major journals. If you don't know, ask your lecturers. They should know how to publish in major journals. So you have to find out, first of all, what are the major journals, the international big journals in your area, and it's certainly not the Obafemi Awolowo University Journal of Foreign Languages or something like that. It has to be something of impact everybody knows. And usually, I know at most universities or big universities in Nigeria, you have electronic access to many of these big journals, and what you have to do is just to have a look at these journals. And then you have to read these journals in your field, you have to read the articles, and you know what is going on. If you know what is going on in your field, then you can relate to the discussion. And then people will take you serious. If you are studying literature and you want to compare German Faraday's with Yoruba Faraday's, people will just fall asleep because these are proposals which come in hundreds each year. People don't want to see something like that again. But if people see that you are able to relate to the current discussion in your fields, what is discussed in Harvard, in Stanford, in whatever, Uni Berlin, LMU München, whatever, if you are able to relate to that, you will become very interesting for these people. Because you are likely to also integrate maybe your own local knowledge into the big discussion. And that can be of big help for the international discussion, because there's a lot of knowledge in Nigeria which nobody has access to outside the world. And once you're able to make this knowledge to be able to be accessed for people who don't understand or whatever, people will be very happy, people will be very curious. So this should be your focus. If you want to do scholarship, just see what kind of knowledge do you have, and how can you relate this knowledge to the knowledge being discussed in internationally peer-reviewed journals. That's the key to success. The more you read international journals, the more you see how this article are built up, the easier it will be for you also to publish something in these journals. And once you have a couple of articles in peer-reviewed journals, as Professor Adeboye told you yesterday, you'll be blessed with scholarships, because this is the way how you can demonstrate you have a strong academic background of excellence. Once again, recommendation letters are also very important. Once again, as already was mentioned yesterday, it is important who is recommending you. If this is done by somebody who is a professor but who has never published outside University of Benin, don't think anybody will take this letter serious. However, the other experience, if you get a scholar from Germany in your field, writing a recommendation letter, very different thing. A second big mistake for a recommendation letter. Also for you as a professor, if you should write a recommendation letter. You know, there are kind of, how should I say, kind of templates of recommendation letters which keep coming. Usually you hear Mrs. X, Mrs. X, Y is hard-working, God-fearing, emotionally stable, kind of friends. You know, this is generally can be applied to anybody. A very good recommendation letter is only written about after the person writing the recommendation letter read the application of the applicant. So the person recommending, if the person really knows what the person wants to try, wants to do, and he can relate what's wrong of his proposal, the recommendation letter will be a very strong recommendation letter. The more specific the letter is, the more it fits only to that particular candidate, the better. The more it's general and it can fit to anybody, the worse. So I got sometimes situations where I got, when I had to review some scholarships, where I got, I think 7 times identical recommendation letter, word by word. You can imagine what happens for a review panel, you just throw them away. It's just for us as if this letter doesn't exist because it's not serious. Yes. So you should also, better your contacts are in your collaboration for your supervisor or for your host or whatever, it's better also for you. Just a small hint. If there should be any age scholar, any PhD alumni around your research group, just ask these people whether they know somebody in Germany who could be interested in what you're doing. So that is the way of how you can establish a contact. Because as I told you, it may be very, very difficult for you to find a supervisor if you don't have any or host. And it's also good to start, first of all, before you do anything, write a proposal of what you want to do. Why this is relevant? Why is this something which is important for the current discussion in your field? Just demonstrate that you have read the recent literature in your field and that you are able to relate to that. And that also what you planning to do is something which is plausible and feasible. So if you say you want to apply for 1 month and you have kind of maybe venture which is not realistic at all, people will not take it serious. You say you want to apply for 1 month, but you want to make a controlled nuclear fusion in this 1 month, people think what's wrong with this person, it's not serious, you just ignore it. Likewise, if you say you want to go to some place because you want to study about Yoruba proverbs, for example, or Edo proverbs, and you know in Bayreuth they have a very big library, they have maybe more literature than here, and it will take you 1 year to do that. People think maybe this is too long, maybe just it's enough to go there, to start to read, to get maybe the most material to copy it and to go home. So you should really think why we need this amount of months. And as I told you, the people depend, all of them, they're professional researchers, and they can more or less assess how much time is needed for doing whatever project. Very important also is the role you are going to play when you return to Nigeria. You see, if you return to Nigeria, it will be very important. People may just not really take it serious. But if you can demonstrate, actually you're working at an organization and you return to this organization and people will profit from the knowledge you gathered, and you can demonstrate this in a plausible way, then your application will be much stronger. Last but not least, formal requirements. And you will be surprised that this is already the major criteria which kicks out often up to 50% of applications. You have to submit all documents which are required. If there's just one document missing, they will ignore it. They will not complete and they will put it aside. So you should not even try to apply if you know you have not been able to get a letter of a post in Germany. If something like this is missing, don't apply. People won't ask you to resubmit it. You will see who has submitted on the deadline and who not. And then you will just take those sets of applications which are complete and then you will review it. And if, in the worst case, if none of them should have the required quality, you will just not give any scholarship away. You will never take any application which is not complete. I already mentioned before that finding a host is maybe the most difficult thing if you don't have any contact. I already told you, the closer you are to any DAD alumni in your field or ABH alumni, the easier it is to get maybe into a network of research in Germany. However, for many of you, it will be still a situation that you don't know somebody in your field, and this shouldn't mean that you should not try to apply. But you need to find a host. And this host has to be a professor. That is very, very important. And as I told you, maybe among the staff in universities in Germany, maybe 1 out of 5 people, 1 out of 10 people only is a professor. So you have to look very closely to whom you're writing. While I was a researcher in Germany, in Berlin, I got each week emails for people who wanted me as a PhD supervisor. At that point of time, I hadn't even had my own PhD. So people were really, they didn't really look at whom they were writing. And you can be sure that people would just ignore it. And also what I said already for the recommendation, the more specific you are in the letter addressing your host, the more likely it is that it will be successful. If you write bulk emails where you don't even mention any name, don't think that people read this, you just delete it immediately. Moreover, if you're not able to address the field of research of this person and point out that your interest and the interest of the researcher, they have joint areas, people will not read it. Therefore, ideally, if you find a potential host, it is good to maybe get some of his papers and to read his papers, address his papers and point out that what you are doing is compatible or very close to what he's doing. Then the professor will get clear speed like that and he will surely answer very, very quickly. And for Germany, in Germany it is a very different culture than Nigeria, also like the US. There is no much formal protocol, whatever you do. In Germany, people won't get to the point immediately. If you have to read maybe half a page of phrase like, I know you are a renowned professor and you're the best in the field, so on, people will just fall asleep and they won't go further because they don't have time. They want to read, they want to see that you get to the point immediately. If you don't get to the point, the likelihood that they won't just even try to read an email because they're already exhausted when they see the length of the email, they will just ignore it. And that's also very important for all of the Western countries. If you want to be strong in research, you need to be able to write abstracts. And writing abstracts is really a high art. It's something very, very difficult. You have to be able to maybe demonstrate the essence of your research maybe in 20 lines. And whereas you show all the major of your arguments, maybe you show that other claims are wrong. And this has to be condensed. And in Germany, everything is like that. People expect you to be condensed, specific, and not much empty phrases. Very often, one way can be, if you should meet somebody from Germany who is working in the field, this person can help you. If you go to a conference, you meet somebody, this can be a very good occasion to just get in touch with people. What is also very important is that maybe in the first contact, there can we see it? Yes. Yes. Hello. I just thought it once. Alright, it may be good that the first time you just try to contact this professor, don't even mention that you are looking for a potential host, but just try to establish you're interested in this research. Try to make it slowly. If you do it slowly but precisely, it will be always more efficient. So yesterday, a lot of people were talking about the German machine. And if you want to understand why this German machine is working, it's because everything is working together, everything is precise, everything is very efficient. And that's the way how you can also approach people much easier. People in Germany generally they don't like too confusing emails. And if you try to be as German as possible, as much as a German machine, people will consider you an easy case, and people will think, okay, this person doesn't really cause me extra work. It was very important. I told you already before, for each professor in Germany, they have too much work. They can't even finish what they like to do in their own research. So if you don't really find out what these people are working on, people will be likely to ignore what they're writing. So in my own case, I told you, first of all, they did not know who I am. Second of all, they didn't know what my research area is. So they were saying they want to write a PhD thesis in language, in advertisements, and I have never done anything in this area. So if you check my publications, you would have seen that I'm a grammarian, that I'm very deep in grammar, and that usually, if I think I should supervise somebody who is in language of advertisement, means for me, I would have to go in this area. I would have to read all of the major publications field. People in Germany say they won't do this. They will just keep their own focus. But if you really go into the focus of this researcher, they will appreciate a lot. They will say, okay, maybe it's somebody who could be helped. Because maybe, for example, in my case, I was working on modal verbs in German, and if somebody writes me a request and says, I'm native speaker of Edo, I read your articles, and I found out that in Edo there are similar verbs, and I want to just compare them. If I get a request like this, I would be so excited that probably the first thing I'm going to do on this day is that I will reply this thing that says, please show me what you wrote, show me your claims, and we can discuss whatever you want to do. That's the way how usually successful contacts are established with hosts. Okay, before I finish, I want to just point out that, as I said before, the German Academic Action Service won't drop you after the scholarship stops. There is also these alumni associations. There are actually in each country different alumni associations, and there's also an international alumni network. So once you are alumni who got at least 1 year of funding of the German Academic Action Service, you are eligible for all of the things that you can apply to get funding for a research project. You can once a year order books for up to 200 euros. You can ask for scientific or research equipment. You will be part of alumni networks, and there will be an alumni conference, a very big alumni conference, every 10 years. The last one took place in 2013 at UI. So the next one will be probably in 2023. But sometimes there are also smaller conferences like a network which has been established at the University of Ibadan together with my colleague Mrs. Schlingmann, so-called BAFIRA, the Women Advancement Forum, who tries to promote women who are alumni, just based on the fact that, interestingly, so the discussion about BAFIRA started like that a lot of women who were DAD alumni went to Germany in order to boost their careers, then they came back to Nigeria, and when they came back, suddenly they were blocked. They couldn't deliver. So the colleagues didn't talk to them. For many of them, they had started to have problems with the family. And this kind of network tries to bring together women who have similar experiences so that they can somehow also share the knowledge they could gain during their stays in Germany. Once, I think every 2 or 3 years, you can also go back to Germany between 1 and 3 months. These are the deadlines how to apply. You will even get a scholarship which is not so bad, between 2,000 and 2,200 euros. So it means whenever you are able to enter this circle of DAD scholarship holders who got scholarship longer for 1 year, you can benefit from all of these wonderful things. Alright, there are still 2 useful links for alumni, which are hosted by the German headquarters. The first one, the second one, and there's also my colleague from Oturke, who is the alumni coordinator for DAD AVH in Nigeria, who will just continue a little bit with the more specific information.
Professor Mozilla took much of your time.
Vice Chancellor of University of Benin, represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, my Deputy Vice Chancellor Admin, other members on the high table, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am standing. My own story started this way. In 1996, while the Faculty of Education was still sharing building with the social sciences, I found an advert. And I looked at the advert. It was actually not within education, because one thing many people think is that education is neither here nor there. So I looked at the title of that advert and I said to myself, the field of education should do the best for this research grant. We were to go out to look at graduates. Education is all that happens to you. And education takes place in the university. So the faculty of education is the mother of education. So I picked up the advert, I went and made my photocopy, and I wrote a proposal. The proposal actually went to Association of African Universities. And the proposal was to trace graduates of African universities in relation to the workplace. And at the end, 10 proposals were accepted. Nigeria had 4, and of the 4 from Nigeria, 2 of us were females. So I came out as one of those who had the research grant from Swedish government through the Association of African Universities. And so the journey started. We did this research, but we had a lot of problems. The major problem we had was in analyzing the data that we had collected. Then it was so difficult. And so 2 Germans that were assisting us in that research came to our aid. We had a lot of seminars. At the end of our research, it was decided that the data that has been collected from all the selected African universities must be put into a book for reference on education and work in Africa. So of the 10 of us again, 4 proposals were selected. And I was lucky to be one of the 4 and the only female among the 4. So I had the scholarship, not as my colleagues have just described. Mine was written by the 2 Germans that assisted us. It was a short-term study scholarship, and we were called visiting professors. I went to the University of Kassel, and then I went specifically to the International Center for Higher Education. It was a very known, or it is still known as the best, one of the best higher institutions in Germany. I arrived in Germany in August 2000. I went by Frankfurt and then continued my trip to Kassel through speed train. I enjoyed the speed train anyway, but I found the difference between the speed train in Germany and that Japan. I could set my wristwatch in Japan with the speed train, but when I got to Frankfurt, from Frankfurt to Kassel, there were delays that we have in Nigeria. And when I got to Germany, I had what I would describe as a studio apartment already waiting for me. I had my bed, my cooking utensils, in fact, fridge, anything that you needed. I just walked in with my suitcase. You will find here my first okay. On the left-hand side is our reception. You can see me among the okay. So that's Professor Dr. Ulrich. He was actually my professor in Germany. He is the role professor in the area of higher education. And the second professor that worked with me is Aaron Schomburg. Schomburg is a great statistician, very good with the SPSS. And these are the two Nigerians that were selected, Omeje, myself, and this is Tanzanian. So the job started. The program I went for. The program actually was to now collect all the data we've collected from the African universities, reanalyze them, and produce a document that will become a reference document on higher education and work in Africa. And to do that, we needed to have some basic skills in the use of SPSS and in statistical analysis. So we started, we had seminars on the use of SPSS. So I want to say that I had a good time. I had a capacity building on how to use SPSS. I also learned a lot of statistics and how to analyze data. Now at the end of the capacity building, we now step back to write chapters. So the four of us, with the two professors, and then another African joined to write a book that is known as Higher Education and the World of Work in Africa. It is a reference material till today. You go online, you find that. And I had 2 chapters in that volume. I did not end with just going there to build my capacity. I also socialized. We had a lot of cultural entertainment. We visited so many parts of Germany. We went to Benin. We went to many places. And then we saw a lot of their cultural activities in line with what we have in Nigeria. But the 2 interesting ones I want to talk about is the bike tours. You know, I was able to see that the difference between Germany and Nigeria, they have separate routes for bikes. And then it was a special activity to find people ride bicycle from one part of Germany to another. Then the horseback ride too. And you could see me there enjoying myself, watching myself out in many places. Then I also went to many tourist attractions. It was there I really learned of the division or how the Lutherans started. I visited where Martin Luther hid himself when the Catholic Church was looking for him, and how he left the Catholic Church. In fact, it was a very big exposure, great exposure. But in all, the combination of the cultural activities and the capacity I have built, I want to say that today, I still teach statistics at PhD level. In addition to teaching statistics at PhD level, I want to say that I can count in University of Benin not less than 10 professors, both in the social sciences and in education, that analyzed their PhD work when they were still trying to get doctorate. So going to Germany is so great for me. It gave me great opportunity. It gave me a capacity that I'm pleasing to today. And I have extended this I have gotten from Germany even to my students. This I have put on the graduate students, and I told them you must analyze your data yourself. I was able to put them through the SPSS, and they did the analysis and do their job themselves. I thank them for the exposure. And like Professor punishment. I want to tell my dignity that perhaps not the relationship with the Germans, but some of the treatment we got when we came back from our fellowship have made some of us lose interest. I know that today I also had a query, and in my file I am told that when I'm retiring, 5 months will be deducted from my pension because I was away. So just like you had your own, I also have, and I'm sure it's still in my file. So on that ground, I want to thank our present Vice Chancellor that he's able to make it a joyful moment that when you go out and get a research grant and you go out and have an exposure, which is going to be of benefit to the university, you will be welcome back fully. Thank you, and I extend our thanks to him.
Thank you so much, Professor Chancellor. I agree with you. Thank you. Please let's appreciate her. Yesterday we heard from Professor Clement, I think his second presentation is coming up now. There are other colleagues from the University of Benin that will share their experiences. Incidentally, he has to leave after a presentation. And so, but those of us who are here, we need to also benefit from the presentation on Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship. You may be the list that will get it before the end of the year. And as to do that, we will be good for others to also get that fellowship. Let's put our hands together as we have Professor Clement at the beginning.
Yes, before you put the bill together, just 3 sharp reactions. Professor Mozua, Professor Michael, as long as I am at a bit less than 50, I suffered perhaps equal to what you suffered, trying to internationalize our universities. But I believe one thing, sir. People should know that knowledge is not personal property. Knowledge is not personal property. The second thing is that developed countries made it, and you ask the question, what is the difference between developing countries and developed countries? The answer is simple. It is technology. So people are able to respond differently. Please absorb those shocks. And perhaps for the 2 deputy vice chancellors here, may you please, on behalf of the academia, consider through the authorities of council of this university the queries that were issued to these 2 individuals and the subsequent queries that can be made. I hope they have the deputy vice chancellor sitting for the vice chancellor's hard meeting. And I think, because I will make 2 announcements after my presentation, and those 2 announcements will make them to process this appeal faster than required. Just remind me before I finish, what are those 2 announcements? Yeah. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry I have to cut in at this time, because I have 2 embassy appointments tomorrow. And I have to travel back to Ife today so that I can rush to Lagos tomorrow morning. What am I talking about today? I'm talking about what are you benefiting after the Humboldt Fellowship. It's a bit juicy. A bit juicy. I've told you this yesterday. How do you select your German host? My colleague who represents the DAD have already said all those. I don't want to go and repeat that. Benefits that are provided by the Humboldt Foundation. The first one is that I told you, our money at the Humboldt Foundation is almost double that of DAD because we are postdocs. So the monthly fellowship is as I presented yesterday. The travel lump sum covers you and your family members. Language courses At the Humboldt Foundation, we pay you to learn German language for 1 month minimum, 6 months maximum, and you are paid. Benefits for your families, I mentioned yesterday. At the foundation, when you arrive in Germany, your visa is free. They don't give you visa that will give you problem. And on getting to Germany, you are issued a residence permit. So you have all the benefits of life. And you also have allowances that are paid to your wife and your children, including bus tickets. And then, as I said yesterday, your government cost is paid. Then, what are those things that you benefit when you return to your country? These are the list of things you benefit. The first is that the Humboldt Foundation keeps track of you till you die. The moment you become an Humboldtian, the Humboldt Foundation connects with you throughout your lifetime. Until that day, when they hear that you are old and you are dead and buried, that is when the email will not be coming again. 2. While in Germany, we've heard Professor Mrs. Omafo said the tourist attractions are just numerous. The Humboldt Foundation packages you and your family members to go on tour for 2 full weeks, 16 days, without spending a couple of your money. They hire hotels at different locations for you, and they pay for your meals and everything. And you don't start to enjoy ants inside the sugar. For 16 days, traveling from the north pole to the southern pole of Germany east to west. When you return to your own country, if you are awarded a George Foster Research Fellowship at the Humboldt Foundation, we ask you to file an application for what they call the fellowship, and you are paid €6,500 as an integration allowance to come back to your country. How much is €6,500 today? Multiplied by about 400. That's almost €2.1 million for you to stabilize in your country. You have alumni award. At the Humboldt Foundation, that's what we call the Humboldt Alumni Award. It is slightly competitive, you apply for it, people compete for it. I happen, by the grace of God, to be the first person who is a black man to win that particular award. So, you apply and you are giving full cash €25,000 to network. At the Humboldt Foundation also we have the Humboldt Collect, that is Professor Mosua, Elbiosa, and Ofomaja. 3 of you are Humboldtians here. You can team up. Develop a concept for a conference, and then they will ask you if you are still here. What they do is that they ask the ambassador of the Humboldt Foundation in that country that are not still there, is this feasible? If I say it is feasible, the Humboldt Foundation grants you €40,000 for that's an international conference here. I have received this 4 times in my career. Please take note of this, it's very important. So I have won this award 4 times in my career for that's international conference in Nigeria. Equipment grant. Today, the Humboldt Foundation knows that when you return to your country, you are unlikely to find the same condition as you had in Germany, like Professor Mosba said. Today, the grant amount for equipment is €40,000 to make you to integrate fully to your own country, buy state-of-the-art equipment, and continue to do your research. This is automatic. It is not competitive. It is automatic for all George Foster Research Fellows. And then, when you become an Humboldtian, you don't have to bother about traveling or applying for anything again. The reason is that till the end of your career, every 3 years, maximum, you are eligible to return to Germany for 3 months on the bill of the Humboldt Foundation, free visa and complete allowance. Together with taking your families along. also on allowances by the German government. In special circumstances, when you know you have a very important research to do, and 3 years have not elapsed, Women's Foundation grants you permission to travel on 2-year basis. It is done. Special circumstances, I have benefited from that almost 6 times. I return every 2 years. So, it is important. These are the things that can really push you to determine on what to do. Conference grant. Irrespective of whether you go to Germany on 3-yearly basis or not, or 2-yearly basis or not, anytime, I say that you have professional conference in Germany and you have a paper to present, all you do is that you package the acceptance of your paper, your conference information, and apply 3 months before that conference to the foundation. You know what foundation will pay for your flight, and they will pay your cost to attend that particular conference in Germany. This is one of the great benefits. It means that in between, you can be in Germany almost every year. I go to Germany almost 5 times in a year sometimes because of this back and forth thing about this. So they try to build your career. Institutional partnership. Professor Muzua, you are not eligible to develop the proposals available on the network, on the internet, on the Uber Foundation website. You look for that, your colleague in Germany, Professor. No, not that one. Costa. And then you tell him what you want to do, you want to collaborate with this university. And then you develop a very good concept. Uber Foundation will give you 55,000 euro to pursue that concept and bring that government to Nigeria. You will be traveling back and forth and you will be returning. And then you can take your students along. And then you do this exchange. And it is there. I have won this before. Several of our colleagues in different universities, in Futa, they have won it. I mean, you saw it yesterday. I've won this before. Invite German professors to your university. If you have colleagues in Germany who are ready to come to this part of the world, all you do is to do that simple form at the foundation. Tell them you want to bring this German colleague to Nigeria to come and deliver seminar here, or do what they call at DAD, they call it what do you call that thing? When we bring German professors and you know we brought Professor Wang sometimes it was what do you call it? Yes, exactly. So you call the German professor to come around here, and the Humboldt Foundation pays all his dues to come here. All you do is just to give him the accommodation. Nothing more. But his flight, his subsistence, everything will be paid by the German government. Tell me, ladies and gentlemen, are this not enough to go and help impact factor journals and get 2 or 3 of such strong articles and clinch this and become a full career person in the academia? These are the benefits. Yes, at the foundation also, we have the African German Network of Excellence in Science. It was an initiative of some individuals before, but the German government took it over and started pumping money into it. The first one is the Junior Researcher Award. It's small money. It is just 1,000 euros to mentor you to become Cambodian. And nomination is done by Agnes Founder members. There are 15 Agnes Founder members in the whole of the world. And I'm one of them. So, today, I announce to you that I have nominated one person from this university for this year's award. I'm eligible to nominate only, and the competition is very stiff. There are 10 awards in the year. I have accessed someone on research gate in this university who I found to be capable to stand the test of time and be able to win that particular award. My presence on the selection committee will not influence the selection, but his curriculum is our own. His name is Uli Osaremoye. I was just reading through the research gate
he discussed with me yesterday. I looked at his profile. I see, yes, this is a potential. So, give me a curriculum vitae as I go, and by the grace of God, that will be done. Give me scissors, consider that. Mobility grants that we are awarded to Costa Ashibe Computer of the Department of Animal and Environmental Biology is now open again. And I found someone I want to also promote in this university for that particular award. I've seen the curriculum vitae, it looks strong, and could also stand the test of time. Not because I'm on the selection committee, because I know that even if I'm there, this thing is about no further. It's about quality. I'm going to nominate Mrs. Fowler of the Department of Agriculture for that particular award. So the important thing here is that we're going to do our best to ensure that this happens. Nothing is easy. My dear colleagues, reaching the peak is not easy. Hard work leads to excellence, and excellence promotes hard work. And this is the tenet of the foundation. The foundation stands and builds itself on excellence. A letter of rejection of your application is not the end of the world. It teaches you to do this better. Always ask the agency why you are not selected. Feel free to ask. I received negative decision. Why was I not chosen? And the no transition in the usual character will give you the reasons that you are not selected. Get senior people, experienced people. Get them to guide you in developing research proposal and research concept. You cannot do it alone. As I said, knowledge is not personal property. And then develop compelling research proposal. You can reach Alexander Monroe Foundation at this website. I wish you the very best as you push on with your careers, and I hope to see you in the next year. Thank you very much.
Let us once again put our hands together to appreciate Professor Ian Akebolu. BBC Administration, Academics and Registrar. The purpose for which the Vice Chancellor put forward this workshop is beginning to yield its results almost immediately. It's like a chain. I'm sure once Tony returns from his fellowship in Germany, others will follow. Please take it as a serious challenge that we are here for the purpose of having good information on how we can benefit from interaction with other communities. And we would like to quickly invite Professor M.S. Ase to share his experience with us. Maybe they have been talking about their experiences. No one has talked about the German ice cream. Even there are certain ice creams in Germany that you cannot find anywhere in the world. But we're in Hamburg. Very good. So we hear from you now. Please, the young man I wonder where we put him. If you are here, please can you want to have a word with you? Or put it, please. Thanks.
The Vice Chancellor, Academic and Administration, Madam Registrar, the High Table. It's a pleasure to share with us today my DRD experience. I first heard of the DRD in 1986. I had finished my master's 3 years earlier and got on the staff. At that time, I didn't really have any desire to go anywhere for further studies. I thought we had everything we needed. But when I started asking for funding for my work, the faculty said I was my department's responsibility. The department said it was the faculty that should be responsible. So I was like a tennis ping pong in the hands of the faculty and the department. So there was an advert by the German embassy of this scholarship possibility then called DAD. I was not enthusiastic because this was not an English-speaking country. I dreaded the idea of going to go and learn a language. But my HOD insisted and I applied. Out of 7 applicants for the 1986-87, I was the only candidate who eventually got the DRD scholarship for that year from the University of Benin. I must say here that this scholarship afforded me, it made all the difference because it has made all the difference also in my academic career. On 30th September, I left Nigeria for the Buddhist Institute in Manhattan to commence a 6-month language course. When I got there, it was like a mini United Nations because students from different parts of the world were there. And we also saw there the good, the bad, and the ugly. But we chose to stay with the good part. Myself and Professor C.O. Sipo of the Faculty of Pharmacy were roommates. We met on the plane, we got to know each other, and we eventually became roommates. And one common problem that we all had was we were all struggling with the language course. Let me just say plainly here, the first 2 months was hell for me because I failed all the exams. Yes, I want to be very plain here. It's difficult to learn the German language because I put it this way. The Englishman reasons to the right, the German reasons to the left in the construction of their sentences. So it's a bit confusing. But we have to go through all kinds of things. Like I said to someone, you decide your language will be whether you are looking at a case which is nominative, accusative, or dative. And so, in essence, that was a first-class thesis. And we have since published 4 or 5 high impact factors. Even before impact factor came into existence, we published papers that were groundbreaking from this thesis. And like we have already heard, it pays to publish quality. And most of the time when I look at outside journals, if they don't have impact quality, I don't bother. Impact factors. And when my students bring the journal saying it's abroad, there's abroad and there's abroad. And if it doesn't have impact factor, it's not abroad. That is the thesis, the cover page of it. This was me on the day of the exam. I had came out, I don't know this with myself. And it was a whole university affair. 6 professors sit in front and they grill you for 1 hour in German language on your work. And after that, I came out smiling. That made it went well. And at the University of Benin, we don't have academic job. In the 1960s, the students revolted that they were tired of 1968. That they were tired of seeing professors in academic gown coming to the my colleague maybe work one, gave me a cap with all the animals that I work with each on it. So that should have graduated. I want to say here that the DRA scholarship opened the world to me because it gave me contacts, some of which I'm still enjoying today. And it gave me visibility because when I attended conferences, I shared the podium with the greats in my field, parasite biochemistry. So it gave me visibility, a poor African boy, standing among the big people, and some of them coming to ask me questions for which I had no answers. I want to say that DRD was very generous to me and my family were out there. They paid all my stipend as I went due. My wife was with me all through my studies. We were covered. They provided support for conference attendance. I can't count all the places I went to in Europe attending conferences. They opened opportunity for me to get a research grant. I will explain this. When we started the work on polyamide metabolism, we presented a proposal to the European Commission, and our proposal was selected, and my work was actually sponsored from that grant. I did work with that grant, and when I came back from that same grant, I was able to buy equipment which when I came back was worth about 10 million naira at the time I came back. Up to today, I would say my lab is still one of the most equipped labs around the faculty because of this opportunity. And in addition to the equipment, I brought a check back of what about 20,000 Dutch mark. And somebody in the university sat on it for 1 year before I could access that money. I later understood that it was put in a fixed account. Please, let's not kill academics. Let's encourage it. And apart from that, everyone who seems to go out of this university has some kind of experience to relate. After 1 year of my being out of this place, the university suddenly wrote me to come back and come and complete my studies in Nigeria. And so the then provost of the College of Science said, what degree are you going to give to him when he comes back? A German degree or a Nigerian degree? They said when he comes back we will decide that. And my supervisor then told me, young man, you can go back to your university, but if you do, I will ensure that no Nigerian gets a DRD anymore. I told him, sir, I'm not going anywhere, I'm comfortable here. And that was the truth. I finished my program, but I want to let you know that I was recommended for dismissal for not returning after 1 year. I wonder what was going on in the mind of our administrators then. I'm happy today that we have a forward-looking administration. That is making things easier. And I want to plead that this channel be kept open for everyone to benefit. And lastly, I want to say that my DRD experience cannot be, I won't close it until I told you one little story. The first day we arrived in Hamburg, we were given the option of either eating in a student's canteen or cooking for ourselves, a mensa. And like most people do, we took our calculator quickly and calculated how much a meal would cost. And we said, no, that cannot happen. So myself and my roommate, Professor Sipo, went shopping. Every other item was on the shelf, and you could get potato, you could get onions. Then it came to buying salt. We didn't know the name of salt in German. So we searched everywhere. And we couldn't find it, so we went to vegetarian. Salt for cooking. I don't understand. No, we didn't have a dictionary, it was the first day. So, when the language failed us, we resorted to body language. So I said to the woman, watch me, salt. And then she shouted, Zaz! And so that was our first lesson in the language school. Zaz. My experience was a wonderful one out there in Germany, very rewarding, for which I want to say to Daad, danke and danke. God bless you.
Thank you, Professor MSO-IC. There is something you didn't mention. You know about the language. For resident permits, you will hear offenders divinity. You will hear offenders elapness. You will hear offenders illumination. And then you need to remember what this territory means. But simply says you are a temporary resident in China. But don't forget, everybody in Germany, the day you fly in and the day you fly out, they have record of your movement. The police will tell you, you can run, you cannot hide. They just watch you. If they want to get you, they will get you. And that is why they say all the time, oh, Germany is a police country. It's a society that you will love to visit, where things are organic. There's something Professor Ising mentioned. We didn't talk about his movement from Nijmegen to Hamburg, whether it was through Autobahn or with the speed train or by air. Most weekends, the Germans love driving. God just saving us. We got a car Friday or Saturday, just travel from Hamburg up north, down to Nijmegen, just to see the Autobahn, like the highway, the beauty of the network of German roads. There is no comparison anywhere in the world. It is fantastic. One of the things you have to see, how people develop their societies. Why trailers cannot move on certain roads on the highway? Why trucks cannot even go on a particular lane on the highway? Why a particular lane is reserved for some type of vehicles? There is nothing as astonishing as in Germany. Well, the registrar, distinguished professors from here, we still have more to talk about. Professor Sil Usifo, it's not right. All right. Let me just quickly say here before we take some opportunities for questions and comments. I had an opportunity to travel to Germany as a DAAD visiting scholar. Then I was a young lecturer at the University of Benin. When I got to Hamburg University as a visiting scholar, my professor, then Professor Dr. Daad, was very excited about my research work. And he said, look, what about the possibility of continuing your PhD in Hamburg University? And I said, that is great. And that was how the journey started. And that also leads me to the question that was asked yesterday about opportunities for those in the humanities. In Germany, there are 4 major universities that deal with history or African studies generally. The University of Hamburg, the University in Hannover, University in Leipzig. Leipzig, yes, that's where Professor Jones is. And then one university in Berlin, that's the Free University in Benin. That's in Benin also has the Center for Modern Oriental Studies. It's a research center where you can get some grants and money for your work. However, the process of doing research in Germany is very rigorous because any journal that is published in the world, whether American or published in Japan, the day that journal is released, in 3 days is available in Germany, whether it's in English or Latin or French or Italian. And so, if you are talking to your supervisor about the state of the art, that's how current you are in your field of research, they will tell you a journal has just been published. Have you seen this so article? In 2000, sir, I submitted my thesis for defense. An article was published in the US by 2 professors who were still working in Benin. And it also had some semblance with what I had done. The university stepped down my thesis. I said, I cannot defend it. I said, why? They said, they find some similarities in my work and the work that was published in the US. That I may have stolen the work that was published in the US as part of my research. And so, an inquiry started. First, they asked me, did I then encourage those professors to review their papers and I stole from it? Or did I get the information from another colleague and I decided to use it as my own research effort? And I said, no. They have to go to the US. And those ones also, they are not aware of my work, they don't even know what I'm doing. But what saved me was my database and their own database. The information they used was also the information I collected from Nigeria. And that was how the university finally decided that I should defend my work. The date that was set was 23rd of July, 2001. I was excited because Professor Assia will tell you, they will announce it and the information will be posted all over the campus. And when we come to it, disputation. You write your name, your pieces, your examiners, and it is called public examination of your defense. Just as we have gathered like this, the professors are with you, and you as candidate you are there. If you fail, you know that you have failed, not because the professor failed you. I had the opportunity to write my thesis, my PhD in English. And about that time, the University of Hamburg took a decision that for every PhD thesis to be approved by a Senate of the university, it must also be online and published through the library for the rest of the world to read. So I had the single opportunity of uploading through the university library. It was called Stadt and Universität Bibliothek. I think Monsignor Sade on the other side will be at Gombe Park, where we have 13-story building for the Faculty of Arts, known as the Philosopher's Tower. One good opportunity for DA, after I defended my thesis, I had the opportunity for other grants to revise the thesis based on the comments of the examiners. I was paid for it. The university, 1 year before I defended, they put me on salary so that I don't have to do any other thing other than prepare for defense. I enjoyed German facilities. I enjoyed German resources. When I was done with that, the DAD gave me an appointment with Dr. Axel Silvers, to return to Nigeria to do what we call DAD alumni survey. I think I mentioned it sometime in one of our meetings. And I have to travel to the north of Nigeria, to Zaria, to Nsukka, to Benin, Ibadan, Ife, to distribute questionnaires that the beneficiaries of DAD will complete and return back to Benin at that time, and then Lagos for a conference. All of that created the opportunity to have what we now call the DAD alumni in Nigeria, a database that I find very interesting. Unfortunately, I lost my computer. So all that I've done, all the which I sent to them are misplaced, but the other is still with them in Lagos and in Bonn. Finally, because of time. The German environment is very interesting, particularly with the German people. I stay in the hostel all through. If you want to interact with Germans, it's very easy. But if you want to show that, well, you don't want to interact with them on your own, they will also abandon you. They are men, they are also very hardworking. You can greet them in the morning when they are in a hurry to catch the train or in a hurry to catch the bus. If you greet them in the morning, they will not answer you. But if they decide to answer you, there's something they will tell you, max out. Just know that. Max out. Working time. Max out. You know, we spend time in Nigeria, how are you? Did you sleep well? How is your family? How is your wife? You'll be working. Wasting your time. I'm going to do something like this. I just did everything. It was great. If you tell the German that, he tells you have no time for that. He has business. In the midst, the train by 1 minute, and that's going to cause problem for him because the train is going to connect to another train station. From the train station, you're going to connect to another box. You have the new one, for example, the wires, and then on its way, you're going to stop at a train station where you have U2 and U3 and Subway. They are all tired. But finally, is that if you do your best and write a good proposal, you will find somebody in Germany that will assist you. When you're going to do this, don't write to somebody that you know is the expert in that field and therefore will need his assistance. Begin to discuss and then let the interest develop. Those of you in history, those of you in history, international relations, as well as humanities generally, not all universities today offer courses in African history. Not even all professors are professors of African history. There are specific universities that are known in Germany even for African studies. When I studied military history, I had the opportunity to go to Universität Bundeswehr. Universität Bundeswehr is the German Defense University located in Hamburg. When you see the resources, you know that the Germans are maybe 100 years away from us. In all, Deutschland über alles. Thank you so much. God bless you. All right, gentlemen, please questions, comments, opportunities. Professor, Dean of Food Security, Professor Lubanakoro.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sincerely, I want to really appreciate all the presenters. They have done a good job. And I'm happy that this is happening at our university. There's a question I have, and that question goes to Dr. Jacob Marshall. During your presentation, sir, it was clear that opportunities available for experts in the field of agriculture is not as much as what is available for those in law, engineering, and the rest of them. And it's obvious that it's second to the last. I want to ask, why is this so? You know fully well that agriculture is critical, it's a critical sector to grow the economy of this nation. And it involves a lot of research, good quality research, to bring redevelopment of that sector. I think in that level. So I want to know, why is it so small compared to law, engineering, and the rest? Thank you.
Alright, so the answer is actually very easy. One has to take into account that these figures, they are covering scholarships all over the world. And for example, agriculture between Germany and maybe people coming from Poland, there's no reason to support many people from Poland. You come to developing countries, agriculture one of the most supported field actually. Is answering the question? I said the figures you saw, they are concerning scholarships all over the world. But if you have a look how people or which kind of programs are available for Nigeria, agriculture is one of the strongest fields. Okay, I have a microphone and I will just use this occasion. I found out that there are many alumni from Daad sitting around here. There is a kind of probably the update of the database. So I have heard that there are many alumni who are maybe who changed the email addresses or who were alumni during a time where there was no email and maybe their phone numbers don't work anymore. And nevertheless, they are still there and they can benefit from programs. So if there is any alumni who has not gotten any information from Daad in the last, let's say, 2 years, it means you're not in the database. And therefore, you should write me an email that I can link you to the headquarters in Bonn, that they can make sure that you will be part of the database, so that you get the current letters, newsletters, and that you can profit of all the conferences and offers which are posted through this newsletter. And also any alumni who knows other alumni at UniBen or in other universities, just make sure, ask them whether they're part of this database, whether they got any information in the last 2 years, and if not, they should contact me or my colleague Hannes Riemann, that they can be integrated into the database so that they are still able to profit from all what we are offering for alumni in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, esteemed Deputy Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, and everybody present. My question is for Dr. Mashi. When we were talking about programs, particularly the in-house, in-region programs, as it relates to Africa, I saw a list of host universities. I didn't see a single Nigerian university. And I began to wonder, what does it take for universities to host those programs? As to be able to understand why Nigerian universities don't feature there. What does it really take to host those in-region programs, PhD programs particularly? Thank you very much.
Thank you for this question, a very good question. The first reason why universities of Nigeria are not featured in that list is because this program is very young and no University of Nigeria has applied for that program. And just now there is a call out until I think the end, I we have a book right here on my table. There's a call of applications which I wanted to drop at the TVCs, which is looking for host institutions for such a scholarship program in country, in region. So actually, your question comes in the right moment. I'm not sure whether you will be still able to make an application for that year, but you can be sure that this is something which keeps coming, because this is a very new instrument developed by the DAD, and as far as I read the strategy papers, they plan to strengthen this, and they want to use more money for such in-region scholarship programs rather than for individual grants in future.
Thank you. Comments? All right.
Sister, thanks to the school management for an amazing program like this. I have a question. My question is on my field of study. I'm an educationist. I'm currently going through my master program here. I want to know how those of us in the educational sector who are being trained to fit into the world through teaching, the world of impacting on others in the classroom. Do we have this privilege open to us also? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Permit me to start with existing protocol and Mrs. Seminar from the Department of Social Work, Social Sciences. I just came back to this morning, and I'm so glad to hear what I've heard so far. I want to ask about what happens to social sciences. I didn't quite hear the aspect of social sciences. And my question goes to actually Professor Adebowale. Okay, or anyhow, so I think somebody may to answer my question. But because from the angle, I'm presently a PhD student with the UNA in the social work profession. As an educator, I want to find out what prospects this body has for social work program, social work students, because part of what I see, I feel, in that the problem of Nigeria actually goes so much with the fact that the social work profession is not really in place, and I think if we can know what will help us to develop the program through such activities, then will help us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Onyemi Stella. I'm from the Department of History. 400 level to be precise. I want to thank the school management for organizing this program, and I'm happy to be opportune to be here. My question is, for someone that wants to go for a post-degree program, what is the package for BAA for such? And also, is there an exam to take, something like TOEFL? And the German language, is it a criteria for benefiting from the scholarship and as well the admission?
Standing on the existing protocol, I want to thank the school management for organizing this wonderful program. I have a question for our presenter, Jacob Marshall. You talked about contacting a prospective supervisor. You made mention of a genuine contact. So I really want to understand if genuine contact means sending a proposal during your interaction with the supervisor, or is there any other definition of genuine contact? My second question goes to our member of this academy. You talked about impact factor, or journals with impact factor. I've had an opportunity to apply for some scholarships, and when they made mention of sending journals or publications with refereed journals with impact factor, I become afraid because although I have a publication where I don't think it is actually along with impact factor. So my question is, can a particular work that has been published in a local journal be republished in an international journal? And secondly, what makes it difficult? Why is it so difficult to publish in journals that have impact factor? Because for most of us that are sick, that will be all for now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, we thank the university for organizing this program. My question goes to Dr. Yeko Michelle. I want to ask us regarding the master's program for real estate and urban regional planning in Tanzania. I want to ask how to apply for it. Thank you.
Thank you for your interest and many questions. Let's try to answer them briefly, very efficient. So, with the first answer, we will already answer a couple of questions. So the name of the organization I'm working for is German Academic Exchange Service. So to support anything what is academic and what can be studied at a German university. I know that in Nigeria there are things you can make a BA in which don't exist in Germany, for example. Recently I had a request of a young lady who said she got a BA in modeling, in fashion modeling, and such a thing does not exist in Germany. It's not something you can apply for. Therefore, education, social work, education of course, social work, I don't really know. It may be something which is trained in Fachhochschulen, in special colleges. So you have to just look for a university which is offering what you think you want to do. And if you find so, then just apply. Another answer to how process of application runs. There is a scholarship database I mentioned before, and then you will find the website you can upload your application. So by now I think most of the programs they run online, and if it's not the case, you will find the information how to apply for a particular program in the scholarship database. So it's not really always the same way, and the best thing is to check. But in your particular case for this program in Tanzania, I have the information with me, and you can have a look if you come down after this discussion. Alright, what else? Regarding the supervisor, what you need is somebody who is a professor at the university. If the person fulfills these two requirements, professor at the German university, and he is eligible. If not, then not. As clear as this. Also for, I just we'll also say something on peer-reviewed journals. Actually, it's not difficult at all to publish in peer-reviewed journals if you read peer-reviewed journals and see what they are talking about and which questions are open. Then just see what questions are open, and you just find a way of answering these questions. And if you provide the right methods, the likelihoods to be chosen is, I would say, very, very big. That's, I think, maybe the secret of how to publish peer-reviewed journals. What may be difficult is that you have to spend a lot of time. I know it's not possible to publish, if you are a single author, it's not possible to publish maybe 10 papers a year. Maybe one paper will take you 1 year, 2 years. But then it's not easy, not difficult at all, which is so easy. Let me just see. Is there anything I left? Language criteria. Whether German is requirement, I would say in most cases no. It just depends what you want to do. In some cases it might be good. If you study German, of course you need to talk German. If you supervise or host say you have to speak German in order to access literature, then you have to speak German. But in the end there is no formal requirement which says you have to have German as the language you will be taught. Alright.
Well, I'm sorry I wasn't addressed, but there are some issues. The question of TOEFL and the need for communication. Well, for the PhD level it could be different, but for the master's degrees, you need to apply. And sometimes you communicate with the university, with your prospective university, so they are able to assess your level, even if you are going to do your degree. It's a new tendency that you have a BA or a master's in English. But through your communication with the universities, they are able to assess your level of your English. For example, there was a young man who was getting involved with facilitators admission, and they started sending him, he was communicating with them, and they recommended him to do the TOEFL. So I was shocked about that. I got in touch with it. We now have a central body for admission. So I got in touch with them. They said, since when has Nigeria become a country for most Africans have to do a TOEFL? They said, so through his communication with the university, they said that his level of education, he has had his first degree in engineering or whatever. So it depends. If you know you are not good enough, you should assess yourself.
And that's why it's good to communicate with the universities. And then some questions that were raised yesterday, and some have been spoken to about them, like the waiver for the 8,000 euro deposit into your account. Mrs. Babu is no longer here. She talked about the commitment declaration, Verpflichtungs Erklärung. And then I would like to ask, who is qualified to do that for you? Because when you talk about education is free, you need to eat, you need accommodation to live in. At least for the first 1 year of your arrival there, you need to do this. Before you get to know the job market, you need to get this. And most of the funding bodies don't give scholarship. Of course, there are exceptions. And the graduate level, the first degree or second degree level, the PhD you can get from here is easier. But at that level, there are many foundations when you are already there. You need to have spent some time in Germany to know the political foundations, church foundations, academic foundations. But you need to have that. So you need money to be able to take care. Otherwise, you end up spending years and years for the degree. And the social sciences, whether social sciences or humanities, there are different foundations for different purposes, as long as you are qualified for them.
Okay, thank you. I think one of the questions that the last speaker asked concerning impact factor journal, yes, it is unethical, it is wrong for you to publish what has been published before. Whether in any journal or it is wrong, it is criminal. In fact, it's called intellectual corruption. That is one. Then two, impact factor. Impact factor is actually a measure of the frequency of citation of other articles in a journal over specific number of years. Journal articles that can be accepted are quality articles. In other words, quality research work that have been executed. For example, if you are in the area of, let's say, engineering, let's say electrical engineering, and you are carried out to work well brilliantly within the environment, you send it to a journal, say Journal of Electronics. Before you send to that journal, you look at it, you look at the parameters, information concerning the journal. They will tell you this journal has an impact factor of 1.2, 4.2, 4.3, or 2, or 0.2. So with that impact factor, it gives you an idea of the potent mechanism of review, peer review mechanism that is available. It means that that journal has a strong editorial board. There are so many things. Now, when you send an article, that article will be reviewed strongly. And then, by the time they send you your manuscript, you will see exactly that what you have done is just a scratch. Therefore, perhaps you need to use a sophisticated method or approach in executing your work. In the area of biological sciences, for example, you are carrying out a work, you are carrying out research work, and that research work, for example, does not include the use of some state-of-the-art facilities, which is being used to execute research in that area. Are you getting it? So such articles will not be accepted. But if you send it to a national and local journal, they will take it and tell you that it's a very wonderful journal or article.
Mr. Chairman, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Suffice to say that one cannot be thankful enough for the efforts of the university management. We all appreciate that. My comments will be directed at Dr. Jacob Mashi. Dr. Mashi? Yeah. I want to make an appeal to Daad to liaise with the German regional governments concerning medical fellowships. I had mine, I've been there 3 times now, but the first experience was very, very discouraging. You need to translate your CV several times, you get police report for your country, you pay for malpractice insurance, and at the end of the day, in Benin, to get my resident permit took another 6 weeks. I was already 6 months in the country, in Marble. And at a stage, I went back to my supervisor and I told him I would rather take my return ticket and go back to my country. It was extremely frustrating. Lo and behold, the supervisor got in touch with the Auslander to Benin. And what I couldn't get for 6 weeks, by the time I got there the following day, I got it under 16 minutes. So just to tell you the special, how do I put it now, experience, the peculiar experience doctors who go for fellowships in Germany go through. If Daad can liaise with the regional governments to lessen this burden a little bit. At a stage I was asked if what I came to do in Munich then couldn't have been done by another German. I was asked that question. Yes, it was that bad. That's one. Second, I won't be tired of making this appeal at every forum. I think it's time Daad upgrades its operations in Nigeria, considering the number of applicants and awardees from Nigeria on an annual basis. The regional center is in Accra. Yes, we cannot change that. But with due respect, I think in terms of interaction with Daad, Nigerians outnumber Ghanaians by as many as 20 times to 1. I'm very sure of that. So Daad should please upgrade its operations in Nigeria to make these applications easier and things are a lot more comfortable for Nigerians. Thank you very much.
My name is Hitler Minadeni. Now, I am very much a PhD student in environment and safety education. Now, I am interested in the Alexander Humboldt Scholarship. But from the discussions, I observed that it is only those research that are machine-oriented that have been discussed here. So, like me, I am interested in the area of disaster risk communication. So, much of my work is going to be dealing with the people in the field. So, my question is, will someone of my area of field study qualify later on for the Alexander Humboldt Scholarship Award? Is the question clear?
Fellowship is open to everybody and in all fields. So there is no restriction. Okay, whether you use machines or not, when you got your PhD, within 4 years, you have it.
My question, another follow-up. Thank you, I appreciate that. The follow-up is that coming back home, you are producing equipment as part of the package. I think about 40,000 euros, and that is a bit juicy. And if I don't need equipment to my research back home, the question is, what now happened to that fund?
That fund is only for equipment. So if you don't use them, then it cannot benefit from it.
Let me also ask, young man, turn off the POS. When we talk of equipment, for example, it's not only what to find in the labs that we discover as equipment. For instance, when I was done with my studies, I did African history, specialized in African security and military history. I was offered that same opportunity when I returned back to Nigeria. And they asked me what I wanted. Computers, projector screens, things that you can directly use to impact on your research. That is the essence of technology. What about computer need? These are things that we can provide for you. And it involves scholars from all fields, whether it is agri or arts or social sciences. Like the way you mentioned something about social science, about social work. Germany, for example, has about, let me put it, 90% interest in social work because of the nature of their social security system, particularly for the elders. And they encourage people to actually study that course. But if you don't understand the language, you don't know what social work means in German, you begin to wonder whether social work is also a priority in Germany. Of course it is. Well, I'll give back to him now to answer your comments and questions.
Thank you for your report. I think it is very important also to let people know what things can happen. Because if there's no criticism, there won't be any change. And therefore I'm very grateful for your report, and I invite you to maybe write me an email and I can try to forward to the people who can change something. So I'm actually nobody with power. I'm the only ear and eye of the Daad and mouth, but not brain. That's right. For your second question, to increase maybe the activities of the Daad in Nigeria, this is something I also can tell you in small fragments because I'm not involved in decision making. Decisions, whether there is a DLE lectureship or information center or a region office, these are political decisions which are made on the level of governments. So if governments meet and they agree upon the development of information center or a regional office, then that's how things start. It's not me who decides, okay, let's build an information office, but it is part of just political decisions between, I think, mainly between the two foreign ministers of these countries, of how they want to maybe strengthen their ties or loosen their ties. And I know there are a couple of factors which are relevant, whether they will open a new DAD lectureship or information center or regional office. It depends on many factors. It means, first of all, the political and economic stability of the country. The second thing is it also depends on the quality of applications. So it is a country in which the quality of application is very, very high, and the interest in German, to learn German as a language, is very, very high. Then you will open office very quickly. A good case in point is Cameroon. I don't know whether you were around yesterday, but you could see that Cameroon is by far the biggest population of African students in Germany. And that's the reason why they opened the regional office, I think 2 years ago in Yaoundé, I think 4 years ago in Yaoundé. So they upgraded the lecturer to a regional office. So all of these are factors which influence the choice of governments to open or not open an office. Actually, I would also be happy if there were more DAD lecturers or even an information center, because actually what I'm doing together with my colleague, we're actually doing the same work of information center. But our status is only DAD lecturer, and as for me, I can tell you, the minimum hours of work is 60 hours. I have sometimes weeks of 80 hours of work, so where I work each day from Monday to Sunday, 12 hours at least. So I know work weeks like that as well. So this also will demonstrate that there is a lot of things going on, and Nigeria is a big country, it's 72, but I think you can help to encourage your government or DAD just by trying to really drown the DAD in well-written proposals, so that we think, okay, there are people writing so many good proposals, so we have to maybe either make the quotas bigger for scholarships, but also maybe we will decide that we have to open DAD lectureships. And I think maybe also a critical point is they only will open DAD lectureships in universities which have a department of German. And that's a problem in Nigeria, there are not many. There is OLU, UI, there used to be UNN, which has been closed down, and so far there is no other university who has German as a full program, and this makes it difficult for DAD to open a new office. So if there's more development, if the numbers of German learners increase, then you can be sure sooner or later the numbers of lectureships and information centers will increase.
More questions?
I just want to add to what Jacob just said. While there's a regional office or whatever it's called in Ghana, they don't have the lecturers there. So, Jacob, do they have the lecturers in Ghana? Okay, it means they have a department of the neighbor, sorry. They have one. Okay. So, but we have two in Nigeria, so we have more. We have more, so maybe that's why there is a balance there.
The issue of relocating or locating offices in specific parts of Africa is dependent on political
political stability in that country. For instance, a huge multinational company based in Nairobi, Kenya, is relocating to Lagos because of acts of terrorism over there. For years, in this country, we have not shown evidence of political stability and efficient bureaucracy. If you go to Dakar, for example, you will find a lot of these granting bodies in Dakar because Senegal is peaceful. In our country, we pray for peace so that all of us can at least attract some of these bodies to come and open their offices here for us to benefit from them. It's actually benefiting from them because they are spending so much money, not for their people, but for us. I think for this session, we are coming to a close. Just before then, I want to quickly announce tomorrow at 10. Thursday, 4th August. The Accord Marshal has some publications that we brought with him. And based on your inquiries, on your needs, and the questions that you ask him, he will provide the answers to you through those publications. They are already there. And I'm sure Dr. Stephanie will also be there tomorrow. Very good. And the questions you ask will depend on the kind of publications that you are going to get. It's not going to be a whole day. By 11:30, 11:45, the counseling session should be over and they will now be passed. But I want to assure you that in consultation with members of the organizing committee and management of the university, some of these PowerPoint presentations I've already collected from him. We'll make it available to staff on the University of Benin email and to students who will be interested, through their lecturers who will be interested. And finally, let me also point out to you, if you look at here now, it's like training you to train the trainers. Remember that you are young and you are here. It's for you to also go and talk to others about what you have benefited from this workshop, so they can also train others. Let us expose information to ourselves. You don't get information, you are reading it, you see somebody coming, you begin to hide it. The proposal you write will not get anywhere. You will not get anywhere. Whereas if you talk to people about what you want to do and the effort you are making, that little assistance can make a difference in your work. Thank you so much. And I invite Professor Tioke Audu. Yes, hello.
Well, I want on behalf of the organizing committee and the university management to thank you for your wonderful contributions, your patience in listening to all the speakers. And I will call you, for those of you that still have some thorny issues to settle, Dr. Mashi will be here to assist you tomorrow. I wish you safe journey back to your various destinations. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming. We hope to see you again tomorrow for individual counseling. You're going to think of your research proposal. You're going to think of the link. Don't forget also to search the website. When you have difficult questions, search the answer